sorry. Uganda and I'm going to try to remember that, but we're on air now, so I need to go on quickly. The splendor of Stellenbosch is the backdrop for the second day's action at the World Rugby Sevens Challenger Series of 2023. What a day of rugby we had yesterday. If you missed any of it, you can catch the highlights. But the turn-up for the books came at the end of the day when Tonga were upset by the plucky Chile, pulling off a victory which set the cat amongst the pigeons in that pool. And of course today we have the final matches of each of the pools between the men's and the women's teams. 12 teams in each of those categories, 3 pools each, and we're trying to figure out who is going to make the quarterfinals for tomorrow. And of course the knockout games start after lunchtime today. It is moving day at the Challenger 7 Series. This, the third edition of the 7th Challenger Series, which attempted to get started at an unfortunate time in the year of 2020, when of course everything in the world was disrupted by COVID-19. So it couldn't be fully completed in that year. In 2021 it was called off as well, and in 2022 the first full playing of the Challenger Series tournament over one weekend in Santiago, Chile. Uruguay's men and Japan's women ended up as the winners. And this year, over the course of 2 weekends, the accumulative points earned by the men's and women's teams will determine who are the victors overall. In the women's section, whoever wins this tournament will go straight into the HSBC Sevens circuit for an entire year. A massive prize on the line in women's sports. And currently it is the Springbok women who are in the lead with 20 points on the board, having won their tournament last weekend, beating Belgium in the final by 17 points to 10, and by no means were the South African women the favorites to win this tournament by a stretch. The Chinese women, a very powerful side, and they'll be looking for a comeback as well, never mind the Belgians. So it's absolutely pivotal over the course of the next 2 days that should the Springbok women wish to qualify, that they don't drop out earlier than the quarterfinals or especially the semi-finals to keep themselves in the hunt. But if the Springbok women end up making the final, there's almost no way of stopping them making that series. It is only the Belgians that would be able to stop them if they also end up finishing as the champions. So as for the men, we'll see who puts their hand up if Tonga can get back to the best of their game. But Germany were very much the fancied side coming into this weekend's action. And last weekend's action, of course, and Germany falling short of the prize, overpowered by Tonga in the final. And they'll be looking to go one step better. And the men's team enters into a 4-team tournament taking place at the final stop on the HSBC Sevens Tour, that being in London. And as we prepare for match number 1 on day number 2 of the Challenger 7 Series, the 2 teams make their way onto the field.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We have action underway on the A and B field. It's Hong Kong, China, taking on Mexico on the A field, and then Colombia taking on Papua New Guinea on the B field. Ladies, let's play rugby.
Been situated mighty close to the announcer today. It's going to be an interesting couple of hours, and we have plenty of rugby coming your way all day long as we figure out who will be taking part in the big matches later today, and especially on the finals day tomorrow. Kickoff is high and handsome. Mishandled, and Mexico able to retain possession through the hands of Tuyu. Tuyu in the halfback position again, away to Pruya. Oh, and the knock-on comes immediately. Mexico will be frustrated. Slightly damp conditions on the grass. There's been some rain and drizzle. It's gloomy in the Stellenbosch region as winter approaches. And Mexico have a player down in center field. Not a great way to start the day. Of course, as is the case in any sevens tournament, the battle of attrition is a major one as well. To get to the finals day with as much of your squad intact as possible and ready to go. A referee, Precious Pazani from Zimbabwe, waits for the medics to take care. Well, the Mexican side, as they prepare for their scrum, and the injured player slowly rises to her feet. Jennifer Salomon, such an important player in this Mexican outfit on day one.
Yep.
She looks like she's ready to get involved in the action again. Tough as nails.
Time back on. Crouch. Bind. Sit.
Quickly away as Hong Kong China look to break free, and that's a great ball. There's an opportunity here, making meters all the way downfield. It's Natasha Olsen-Thorn. The captain capitalizes. What a start for Hong Kong China. After Mexico reclaimed possession off of that kickoff, turn up for the books, and the team in white is in. A draw and a loss to their name. They need a victory here in their third match. The flags are raised, 7 points to 0. Captain, after the try, gets the match underway once more, and Mexico trying to run from deep. It's in the hands of Vanessa Rodriguez. Oh, the dummy and go, just not coming off.
Roll out, you're fine.
Penalty given by
From
Precious Pazani. Zoe Tuyu. Choosing to go for touch in the end, Mexico. A touch of indecision, but they've made their call now.
Open up, open up. Gap. Meter gap, open, Hong Kong.
Tuyu feeds the line out. Good contest from Hong Kong, China. They've disrupted that ball heavily, and the knock-on results. It's a scrum.
Options, line out
that
or scrum.
ball, Georgia Rivers, along with Gabriella Rivers, highly impactful for this Hong Kong China side on day one. Both of these sides in Pool F. Pool F, in which China leads heftily with 6 points on the board. They are looking powerful, and they've clearly got their eyes on the prize this weekend. Poland are in second on 5 points as there's another knock-on, and Mexico have the chance to feed the scrum. So in Pool F, China first on 6, Poland in second on 5, Hong Kong, China on 3. Victory pivotal today. You get 3 points for the win. 1 point for a loss, incidentally, as well.
Stand back on. Crouch. Bind. Sit. You kicked it forward first.
Well, kicking the ball through, so the penalty ends up coming the way of Mexico. Lost their first 2 matches on day one. 43 points to 7 against China and 39 points to 7 against Poland. So it hasn't been a joyous weekend of rugby in Stellenbosch for the Mexicans. Ideally, they would love to turn it around here. As for Hong Kong, China, they have spots in the finals still up for grabs. Tuyu clears. The short ball delivered from Bender to Salomon. Now Mexico crying for it to the left, and Prujan can't hold on.
Off the
Physical
foot.
aggression from Hong Kong, China, winning back possession. And they play it to the right. It's Baltazar.
Holding.
Penalty Mexico quickly taken, and the initiative taken by Macero. Here comes Tuyu. Fine tackle that from Olsen Thorn. And now Mexico have Hong Kong, China on the run.
Okay, play on.
Sabi Linham that makes the tackle. In fact, she was the try scorer as well, Sabi Linham, and it's Mexico sending it via Rodriguez, and
Backwards.
that's not going to help at
No,
all as
leave
Hong
it.
Kong, China can attack the breakdown, but well secured in the end by Mexico under tremendous pressure. But Rodriguez is sent reeling once more as Mexico's errant passing, seeing them running backwards instead of forwards. Carmen Macero. Oh, that's fine work from Jennifer Salomon. Salomon secures ball at the breakdown, and Mexico continue to apply pressure to this Hong Kong-China defense. Rodriguez clears. Salomon stepping. Mexico with a consistent run of possession, which they'll greatly appreciate. However, the progress that they're making is not what they'd be looking for. Alessandra Bender, the captain of Mexico, takes it to ground as they continue to travel backwards, in spite of the fact that they have ball in
Out
hand.
wide.
It's the kind of impactful run that the coach will have been looking for. Coach Alessandro Codorne. Maria Pruyan breaks 2 tackles. Pruyan is away, and Hong Kong China's resistance can no longer hold. Mexico in for their first try.
Thank you. Move up, Hong Kong.
The flag's raised. Mexico can smile. They're back in the game.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Hey, Maria.
Hong Kong, China back with ball in hand. It's Georgia Rivers running up and now trying for it on the outside. Mexico's defense holds firm, and the coaching staff exceedingly happy. Alessandro Cordone calls his charges in. 7 points apiece in the first match of day 2 here at the Challenger 7 series in Stellenbosch. Back underway, and it is Linham with the kickoff. Mexico receive. Great finish to that first half from the side in black. Searching for their first victory this weekend in Stellenbosch. And not afraid to start running it from deep either, the Mexicans, and they've been caught out there.
Stay outside.
Now short on
Advantage,
options, and the
offside
pressure
group.
from Hong Kong China is beginning to tell, but
Offside.
the penalty comes the way of Mexico. Hong Kong China, these infringements are really hampering their game. Running back at them is Carmen Macedo. Oh, brilliant hands on the outside, and keeping it alive with the inside ball is Rodriguez. There's a great togetherness about this Mexican side. Putting the phases together, but eventually they choke up the penalty, and Hong Kong China have the chance to respond. Natasha Olsen-Thorn making the turnover. The captain really putting in a great effort today. Lenham gets it away. Hands in the tackle from Mann and trying to break through. Hong Kong China dragged down by Maria Prugent. Numbers to the left. Here's the captain, Olsen-Thorn. Head down and into the contact. Prugent making a tackle.
No hands, leave it!
That
Backwards!
pass not too flash as Baltazar sends it over the head of her teammate, and Mexico put the pressure on, driving Hong Kong China back to the 22. Break this tackle and it's on. Coming at them is Baltazar. Throws a dream ball to the inside. No knock on call. The chance still on for Hong Kong China. Measured approach. They show patience. Get it out to the back line. Got to look for support now. On the inside ball, it's the captain, Natasha Olsen-Thorn, and this time it is her that dots down.
Mark through here.
$14 points on the board for Hong Kong China. They'll be feeling more comfortable and, of course, anticipating the other events that take place in Pool F to see if this victory will be enough to get them over the line. Depends on the results of Poland's match. Good receipt off of the kickoff, a flat kickoff indeed. Oh, man, big hit. Sends Laura Rodriguez reeling. Mexico continue to show confidence with ball in hand, and once more it is Carmen Macedo doing the strike running. Jennifer Salomon moves it to the back line, and now Hong Kong China have the chance to capitalize on turnover ball with Maggie Young. Aggressive defense from Mexico, trying to rip it free. Cecilia Ramirez in over the ball. The Mexicans, and the penalty goes against them.
Let's use it from there.
No tap seen from Nam Kam Man.
Scrum.
Scrum called for Hong Kong China. Going to drag these Mexican players into the set piece, and they've shown just how dangerous they can be one-on-one with the Mexican defenders. Another broken tackle, and this Mexican defensive effort will come toppling down.
Right. Sit. It's out.
Play it to the left.
Backline offside. Advantage.
Asking the question. Great ball, and it's a brace for the captain, Natasha Olsen-Thorn.
Move up.
Tough conversion effort right from the corner, unsuccessful, and Hong Kong China roll the subs as they take control of the game. Big game still to come, of course, in this Challenger 7 series of 2023, and whatever the results here, all of these teams still have matches to play to figure out in which knockout competition they'll be taking part. The short kick attempted by Hong Kong China, trying to rush onto it there after her kick was Stephanie Chan. Standout player for Hong Kong China on day one's action here. Wow, asking the simple question, which was well answered by Gabriela Rivers. Another penalty for Mexico, but they can't escape their own half.
From there.
in the
You
second
want to scrum?
half.
Yeah. Okay. Scrum.
Scrum called.
Crouch. Bind. Sit. No, stay on.
In the back line, it is Salomon
Tackle.
playing it free. Prujan keeping it moving in the back line. Now cutting back is Ramirez.
Release.
Hong Kong China's defense has been
No
stellar
clear-
in the
no
second
clear
half,
release.
but choking
Yeah.
up the penalties all the same.
Scrum.
Mexico call for another scrum.
Thank you.
It's an option which offers you possibilities with 3 players being
Crouch.
tied up in that scrum. However, of course,
Bind.
there's a certain time-consuming element to it as well.
Sit.
Time which is running out on Mexico.
Offside.
Another penalty to Mexico. The tap and go from Ramirez.
Was she tip?
Right into the thick of it. And Hong Kong China in over the
No
ball.
tip?
Yep, surely. It's a yellow card at this point. Too many penalties in succession. The punishment
Scrum.
comes.
Scrum.
Another scrum called by Mexico.
Venga.
Remaining
Time
confident
off.
in this tactic.
11 and 1 Mexico. 11 and 1 Mexico. 11 and 1 Mexico.
So substitutions for Vanessa Rodriguez and Jennifer
just
Salomon
one.
of Mexico at this
Okay.
late stage. As Mexico
Time back
push
on.
for one more try.
Crouch.
Winless in their 2 matches yesterday.
Bind.
And they will not be winning here today.
Sit.
Played free by Ramirez.
Backwards.
Oh, and Macedo's pass could not be held on to, and Mexico scrambling in their back line again. There goes Ramirez. Looks like Salomon stayed on the field, and now the ball's gotten away to Gisela De Leon. Oh, and that'll be frustrating as De Leon tried to feed it to
Nope.
Carmen Macedo. But that ended in disaster, and the speedster could not get away in spite of all of the excitement. And after a valiant effort from Mexico, after 2 losses on day 1, they suffer a third on day 2, and therefore they'll be heading into the bottom half of the reckoning for those knockout stages. As for Hong Kong China, that victory puts them in the running, at least against Poland, as the rest of Pool F is sorted out during the rest of today. And all of those permutations will, of course, be bringing your way as we make our way through the day. So stay with us here at the Challenger 7 Series in Stellenbosch. Maybe more as now we start to get into the second half of the day after the break at lunchtime, when we get into the knockout phases of the competition, when teams start progressing either towards the cup or towards whichever finishing place they will achieve here today. Now, China, make no mistake, will be going for the biggest prize of all, having missed out in last weekend's competition and seeing South Africa and Belgium contest the final. They have to win the cup this time around, and they've started off their chase for that cup with 2 wins on day 1, so not a bad start. And they'll be expecting to win here against Poland. Big match for Poland as they chase second along with Hong Kong, China. Rising up, that's a great start from the Polish, and Hanna Malisewska is responsible for that. Confident ball handling from the Polish early on, even deep in their own half, and Pamieta is looking for a gap on the angle, and they're really running free right now. Witkowska has cut the line wide open, and she's got enough pace to go all the way here. What a brilliant run, but being chased down, oh, precipitously here. It's a tremendous defensive effort from Wang Xiao. Not enough in the end to stop the tremendous physical prowess of Sylwia Witkowska, and the Poles strike first.
Conversion is good. Scored by number 10, Julia Druzgala.
Successful conversion from Julia Druzgala. Just 19 years old, Druzgala. Here's Pamieta, also a youngster at 23, so plenty of future in this Polish squad. China won't be happy with the start that they've got off to. Under pressure right from the get-go, well taken by Zhu Yan. Trying for a miniature gap on the blind side is Gu Yaoyao, the captain of China. Now heading in the opposite direction. Ball eventually getting to the outside to Shen Kan. The Polish defense stalwart thus far. China stuck in their own 22 and now running laterally. Great tackle from the Poles. Can they get in over the ball and make the turnover? Zhu Yan compromised. China able to scramble and get there in time. Still intent on playing with ball in hand. Not much wind about this morning as compared to yesterday, so the clearing kick could be more of an option. The tap and go now, capitalizing on that penalty opportunity. Gu Yaoyao runs right at that Polish defense, gets them guessing, commits defenders, and creates some space on the outside. But the Poles continue to restructure well defensively. Heading the other direction, Yan Meiling, the other co-captain of this Chinese team, and that pass is errant. Liao Jiuli has to scramble and pick it up. Jiuli loses her footing while attempting the sidestep. A great pass that from Wang Xiao. You can see how this Chinese side keep that momentum going through quick ball and putting pressure on their opposition. And they have so many athletes in their squad. They have an advantage heading their way right now, and Mei Ling sends it to the outside. That advantage now eviscerated, and China still with possession in hands. Hu Yu sends it to the right, left to right. They're stretching this Polish defense, cutting back inside Gu Yaoyao. Gu Yaoyao's committed 2 or 3 defenders, and now there's an overlap for the Chinese should they so use it. Cutting back inside, Hu Yu is going to dot down under the posts. Gu Yaoyao puts the conversion up and over. And China showing why they entered into this competition as one of the favorites, and they continue to be just that. So much intrigue remaining in this women's competition today and tomorrow. With Belgium, China, and South Africa really the teams to watch out for that have a real shot at that title still. China having earned 16 points, South Africa with 20, and Belgium with 18. Yaoyao with the restart. Again, the Poles tap it back. Spectacular technique. And once more, the side in white starts from deep. Pamieta involved. Oh, that's a great turn of pace from Schuster, cut down in the tackle. Chinese defense is dedicated and disruptive as well, committing defenders the physical presence of Sylvia Witkowska. A bouncing ball, wisely left by Pamieta, but Poland head backwards on that play as a result, is trying to stretch out her body. Morris for the longest possible placement, but kicking the ball through, sees the Poles penalized, and Gu Yao Yao gets it moving, not the 10 meters back, as a penalty advantage as Mei Ling sends it to the outside, and there is no stopping Wang Shao. And the Chinese take control before the halftime break. The relentless pace and pressure of the team in red is going to be a feature of this women's tournament all to the end, one must imagine. They will be feverish to make that final, because without the final it is impossible essentially for them to make it through to victory, and as a result that 7 series, a full year in the 7 series, as that conversion attempt is unsuccessful from the captain, or from one of the co-captains rather, along with Yang Mei Ling, the number 2 and the number 10 for China, pivotal players. Yang Mei Ling, a physical presence. As for Poland, what about Sylvia Witkowska? Gu Yao Yao, the captain, co-captain rather, so responsible for so many things in this Chinese side, as Poland tried to tap it back again. China wise to it, still couldn't get their hands on the ball, and Poland secure possession off the restart once more. Such a crucial part of the Sevens game, and now the dodgy pass is creating problems. Oh, Poland very fortunate. They're going back for the knock-on advantage. And that's a fair old distance to run for an advantage in a 7-a-side game, but to be fair, Poland were heading backwards the whole time. No advantage gain, so they'll have the put into the scrum.
Bind onto, okay? Okay, here. Crouch. Bind. Set.
So Poland once again starting from deep. The halftime hooter has sounded. And heading to the right, Hanna Malisevska. Druszkala. Druszkala beats the defenders, trying to drop the hammer here. She's being chased down though. Attempted tackle missed, and that is tremendous. Wang Shao once again chasing back the full length of the field. Poland still in position to capitalize, and powering forward is Marta Morris.
Holding on.
Penalty to China. That is the togetherness of defending that they've shown, and patience from Yan Mei Ling, as they must consolidate here. The final hooter having sounded, surely it's time to kick it into touch. And the co-captain Gu Yao Yao does just that. And China hold on to this lead into the halftime break. What an important match it is for Poland as they chase down those pivotal positions that could put them into the reckoning for the cup. They have to win to usurp Hong Kong, China in Pool F. As for China, the top of the pool, 2 wins to their name, and hoping to secure a third and have the prime positions heading into those knockout stages. Poland chasing second spot to finish above Hong Kong, China, who are on 6 points. Poland on 5. A loss gets them 1 point. A victory 3. A win here, and they are guaranteed through to the important knockout stages for the cup competition and not for a finishing position.
Let's use.
Poland secure possession. Morris plays it away. A lot of dynamic athletes on this Polish side, and once again looking for gaps on the drifts. Julia Druszgala. This one away to Pamieta. Pamieta with intent in her eyes, but this Chinese defense unrelenting, and Pamieta discovers that once more, staying on her feet to get that ball away. The dedication. Schuster carries it onwards. China turn it over. Julie turning it over for the team in red, and now they look to capitalize on a moment's sleep from Poland, but that tackle, a display of dedication once more from Pamieta. Neither of these sides willing to go away. Two of the best sides, to be sure, in the women's competition here this weekend in Stellenbosch.
Sorry.
Cutting in, measured play from China, so patient in possession as Zhu Yan takes it into contact, and another penalty to China. Will now slow the pace down, calling for the scrum. That 12 points to 7 lead. Just the 5 points. Not enough to feel comfortable knowing that Poland could break them open at any time, score those 7 and take the victory away.
Let's go this side.
And with China sitting on 6 points as they currently are, the loss would take them to 7, and were Poland to win, they would go up to 8 points, finishing in first position, giving China a bit more to do in the knockouts.
Set.
Hu Yu feeds the scrum, gets it away to her co-captain, Gu Yao Yao, running laterally, but there's space on the outside. Poland have left it up to Schuster as a sweeper to cover that outside channel, and she does very well. Hu Yu sends it the other direction, Mei Ling. Now the trance is stretching the legs is Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan is asking the question, but look at this defending. Paschik will not
Get back.
give up the ghost as Mei Ling sends it the other direction.
Watch
China
outside.
with ball in hand. Julie holding on to it, and Yao Yao on the outside. Yao Yao! That's enough. The Chinese captain taking control of the match herself. She gets over. Try for China, and surely that secures victory.
Number 10, Gu Yao Yao, captain. Conversion to come. China leading 19-7 over Poland.
No problems with the conversion. 19 points to 7, China leads, and Poland are seeing their hopes for cup glory go up in smoke.
Steady up. 10 seconds.
Restart from China, taken in by Sumar Even. Now accelerating past Chick, but she's brought down by this highly organized Chinese defense. Looks like Gu Yao Yao might have done herself a mischief on the touchline as she rises up to grab her through, putting pressure on China, but
Obstruction.
all the way back. Somebody was being obstructed in the kick chase line, and now tap and go from Katarzyna Paschik. Oh, just asking the question there on the blind side. Natalia Pamieta, you gotta love the cerebral nature of this number 11 for Poland as the handoff is to Zoomer Even on the switch play. No gaps right now for Poland as Cold Edge, one of the more experienced players in this Polish side, who's seen it all in the sevens game, takes it into contact, weighing up her options, Natalia Pamieta. But woman for woman, these Chinese players just keep on making their one-on-one tackles. Now an offsides advantage is being played to Poland, and they give it a go on the outside.
Mark.
No gap available to Anna
8 red.
Krzyzewska.
Number 8.
Tap and go is from Katarzyna Paschik. Paschik involved again. The Chinese defenders committed now, and the pass to the outside does not go to hand.
Knock on.
Malgorzata, Cold Edge, the experienced head.
Time off. Number
couldn't
3.
hold on.
Sub.
Może ja spróbuję wygrywać. Do środek mogę iść.
Yes. Ladies. Yes, Mark. Ladies. Mark, yeah? Sit. Time's back on.
平的是吧？
Crouch.
顶住啊！
Bind. Set. Put it in. Came out of the tunnel. Just came out of the tunnel.
Have another go. Poland, who drew in one on day one, a draw against Hong Kong, China, 17 points apiece, so nothing to separate those two sides,
Bind. Set.
either in their match or on the table. China with another opportunity to put the pounding on Poland here, trying for it on the outside. Chen Kan. Oh,
Release
wow.
that, 12.
That's how you know as a coach if your players are dedicated. The rolling ball on the ground, pounced upon by players from both sides.
Knock on.
No quarter given or asked. So the knock-on comes from China, and Poland have another chance to feed a scrum. But time has
There you
ticked
go.
away on them, and they continue to trail by those 12 points. Which means that with their draw and win from yesterday, they will finish on 6 points, level on points with Hong Kong, China.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
And I've just had confirmation that the decision between those two sides, Hong Kong, China, and Poland, will be based on head-to-head, which, as I've just mentioned, their head-to-head match was 17 points apiece, and thereafter it will be decided on points difference. And the Polish points difference is positive heading into this match as compared to Hong Kong, China, so they may be in good shape. The polls all the
Holding
same.
on.
Holding on, and China have another penalty, and they'll look to punish the Poles for this. Yu Ying moves it to the outside. Mei Ling sends it onwards, and the Chinese are in again. Zhu Yan.
Okay. Just watch out, number one. Number one. Just move. Just wait.
Gu Yao Yao
That's game, ladies.
cannot bring it around, and that is the end of the second match on day 2 of the Challenger 7 series in Stellenbosch. China resplendent as they have been for the course of 2 weekends now, looking powerful, looking intent on lifting that cup at the end of the day's play tomorrow. While, of course, today, at the end of the day, after the break, we have the beginning of the knockout matches, but every team playing their final pool match today, and Poland have done just that. And according to my calculations, they should be in good shape to still go through to those knockout phases for the cup in spite of finishing in second position on the log, level on points with Hong Kong, China. Having played head-to-head and drawn that match, the points difference should be in the positive for Poland. Of course, in the men's and women's section, the third place teams still have a hope of going through to the cup competition's knockout phases. 2 of the 3 third place teams will make up those 8 spots. So the 2 top spots from 3 groups make 6 teams, 2 extra teams, those being the 2 best third place teams in each pool. And right now in the men's section, we are watching action coming to you from Pool C, Zimbabwe against Papua New Guinea. Zimbabwe in 3rd and Papua New Guinea in 4th. Kick is up. And we are underway. That kick coming from Ryan Mushumi. And Papua New Guinea with ball in hand. Oh, they start their attack. Derek Voku. Played on by Latte. Good consistency early on from Papua New Guinea. Richard Mautu. Carrying it in and almost mishandled, and in the end it was. Zimbabwe looking to turn defense into attack rapidly. Big contact in midfield as Ryan Mushumi carries it in. Munopa Muneta plays from the base, and Nyamakura on the run. All these Zimbabwean players taking the ball at great speed and with great initiative. They had an overlap to the outside, unable to hold on to the ball.
Yes.
Muneta, the pass from Romo.
Time off.
And Papua New Guinea have a player down in the backfield. The referee today from Canada,
Yeah. Just injured player there.
Robin
We'll wait for him.
Kaluzniak. Tremendously international flavor to 7-a-side referees, of course, and it's not just the players looking to make it through to the 7 series proper. From this, the World Rugby 7s Challenger Series, it's the referees as well that would love to be on that circuit. And one can only imagine what a difference it would make in the lives of Zimbabwean rugby athletes to be involved in the full 7 series for an entire year. And what a change it's made to the likes of Uruguay and others who have been included in that series, which is undergoing tremendous change right now.
Your head there. You're good. Bind.
And we'll possibly see a new member
Set.
after that London 7 series, where there will be a 4-team playoff to decide who will join the men's 7 series circuit, or if one of those teams currently on the circuit will remain. Papua New Guinea attack the blind side.
Touch.
Out into touch.
Okay, line out. In this time, yeah. Time off.
And we have another injury
Time
this
is
time
off.
to a Zimbabwean player, so some attrition early on for both of these sides.
Okay, just wait, just wait. Yeah. He's good? Okay. Time on.
Ready to get going again. This one has fallen into the arms of Maish, and look at the acceleration. Oh, what a crucial tackle. That coming from Muneta. He's been everywhere today. Ongapa for Papua New Guinea, who are looking ominous now. Voku with ball in hand. Zimbabwe being asked all sorts of questions by the Papua New Guineans. Away that comes to Patala, the captain. Dummy and go from Kadum Maish. Kura sends it the opposite direction. Alfred Latte Voku. Papua New Guinea, they're popping off in Stellenbosch.
Thank you.
Great rugby from the island nation, the multiple island nation, who punch above their weight in 7-a-side rugby. And look to Mustafa Kura to add the extra 2. Oh, the flags are raised, and Papua New Guinea take the lead, 7 points to 0. Kick off from the self-same Mustafa Kura, and Zimbabwe under pressure, choke up possession. Papua New Guinea looking to capitalize and strike immediately. Kura takes it to the line. Kura! The pass deemed forward, 2 men to the outside. Kura had to keep it alive. Did not make the most of that situation. Zimbabwe dodge a bullet, and 7 points to 0 down. With about 2 minutes left in the first half, they'll be looking to rectify the situation here.
He's okay?
It's not okay.
Currently occupying third position on the log with 2 points to their name, Zimbabwe. It's been a rough ride so far in Stellenbosch, losing 24 points to 5 against Belgium and 33 points to 12 against Hong Kong, China.
Bind. Come up.
The
You go underneath.
record,
You go over top. Okay. Crouch.
the similar record as Papua New Guinea, they're having lost
Bind.
38-5 to Hong Kong, China,
Set.
and 28 points to 19 against Belgium. Oh, that's a great ball, quickly played away by Matema.
Careful.
Running it from the very own try line, and referee warning Emmanuel Alfred to be careful with the tip tackle that was potentially developing there. Zimbabwe under pressure on their own try line. Ryan Mushumi being driven backwards by Papua New Guinea. Zimbabwe insist on running it from here, and you can see why they are dangerous. They've got some strike runners in their side. Their captain, Zandi Wandira, taken down.
Neck roll. Yellow card.
Oh boy. Neck roll, the offense. Yellow card to Papua New Guinea. Less than a minute to play in the first half. Zimbabwe with the extra player. Can they capitalize on this man advantage?
Neck roll.
Out into touch, so Zimbabwe will set the line out. If you were watching yesterday, you'll notice that there's been an absolute revolution in the weather conditions. Very gloomy yesterday. It was looking just the same this morning, but the sun has come out to play. And in fact, it's become a sunny, steamy day. Play on is the call, and Zimbabwe through Matema, the 21-year-old, get it wide. Oh, the goose step from Mushumi. He's looked dangerous, looking to break that tackle, getting his hands through, and oh, goodness, he's put man down. Munetsa on the run. Penalty, Zimbabwe. 7 players against 6 after that yellow card. They're turning up the heat on Papua New Guinea. Moving it through the hands of Matema and to Mangenje. Mangenje dominant in the contact. Papua New Guinea still holding on. Narrow blindside attempted to be played, but Munetsa not in concert with his teammate on that occasion. Cool stuff from Mushumi.
Playing advantage, knock on.
Nothing cool about that, and Papua New Guinea may just capitalize on this. They need someone to take responsibility, put their head down. The scramble from Zimbabwe is stellar, and still staying on their feet long enough to set the ruck. Wise play. Here's Voku, the try scorer for Papua New Guinea, and a physical presence to be sure. Mautu. Patience from Papua New Guinea. Maish sets it back for his teammates, and Zimbabwe cannot pilfer on the ground. The halftime hooter having sounded, Papua New Guinea have options if they want to call a close to this half as Voku gets it clear. It's 1-on-3 on the outside here. Kura would have to pull off a rugby miracle to get away, and he's dived on the player as well.
6.
Oh boy.
6. Yeah. Tackle without the ball. Yeah.
There we go. It's 1 yellow card apiece. It was not the 6 of Papua New Guinea, but the 6 of Zimbabwe. Kura Kwashe Nyamakura, who's heading to the sin bin, now 6-on-6 with the hooter having sounded. Papua New Guinea have an opportunity to put pressure on, and in fact, running back onto the field for Papua New Guinea right now, Emmanuel Alfred. 7-on-6, Papua New Guinea over Zimbabwe in this pivotal match to decide who finishes third in the group. They're cutting right through. The defense good enough to hold on just at the end as Kunaklate could not get over the line, and Zimbabwe looked to break from their very own try line. Mangenje in his debut tournament tackled down on the 5-meter line, and a player who's been asked to do plenty himself, Ryan Musumi. He's not been afraid to do it, Musumi, either. And Zimbabwe, with the tap and go, they're going to extend this half. Look at the clock running onwards. Adding minutes to this 7-a-side match. And the advantage being played to Papua New Guinea, who are ready to have a go as well. The spirit of sevens alive and well in these two teams. 7-on-6, Papua New Guinea look to take advantage of that numerical advantage. And Voku hits it on the angle. The offload is class to Patala. The captain capitalizing, and Zimbabwe are against the ropes.
Thank you.
Up and over, more success for Papua New
Yeah.
Guinea. And Zimbabwe have hands on their hips as they head to the halftime break and hope to imbibe some guiding words from their head coach, Graham Colbeck. As for Ayam Pilokos of Papua New Guinea, he will be elated with the effort put in by his charges thus far. They lead at halftime, 12 points to 0. Gets the ball away to Muneta. Oh, dynamic running there. They need more of that in Zimbabwe. Matema carrying it in on that occasion. Mushumi keeping it moving to Muneta. Muneta lined up his man. What a tackle. They are ready for the physical confrontation. Papua New Guinea not missing any of their first-time hits. It's an absolute pleasure to watch this level of physicality in a 7-a-side game. You can see that Zimbabwe clearly came into this match thinking that some of the big boys they have up front would be able to shake off defenders, but it has not happened as yet. They have a big, powerful scrum. If you look at this, just standing across from their Papua New Guinea opposition, they are outsizing them.
Bind.
But their hearts
Set.
have not been found wanting.
Yeah.
Matema clears it from the base. Tinawo keeps it moving for Zimbabwe and cracking into action. Musumi measuring up. The defenders, and Zimbabwe just can't hold on to the ball. Mistake after mistake, killing the Zimbabwean effort right now, and you can see some indecision starting to enter the mind of their decision makers as this fight for third position in Pool C is going down
Time
to
off.
the wire. Papua New Guinea coming into this
Okay, thank you.
in
Yeah,
fourth.
time back on. Yeah.
Their points difference, the only thing keeping them in
Coach.
that fourth position, 2
Bind to the
points
hooker.
worse off
Yeah.
than Zimbabwe.
Bind. Set. Stay behind the ball, man.
So if they were to draw this match, Zimbabwe would narrowly hold
Yeah.
on to that third spot. But right now, it's Papua New Guinea claiming it with aplomb. And it's a standout player for them, Kura, in the number 6. Keeping it moving to the outside. And Zimbabwe can capitalize on this opportunity. It's been stabbed through.
Take
The
advantage.
dedication to get back there from Mike.
First knock on by white, then knocked on by black.
Well, the knock-on coming from Papua New Guinea, but all the same, Kadum Maish got across. In the most unlikely of situations, as Zimbabwe continue pushing, but Papua New Guinea dedicated to the cause. And Ryan Musumi, for all of his efforts, the number 4 for Zimbabwe, joyless thus far in this match.
Both of you just give each other enough room to put it in, okay? Coach. Bind. Set.
Tapping it away wisely, Matema. Slung wide by Tina. Wow! Oh. And now the opportunity, Kunaklate.
Yeah. Time off. 5.
Oh, wow.
High tackle.
It's going to be another yellow card to Zimbabwe. That breakout, a spectacular one. Couldn't
10
believe
meters,
it wasn't
please.
a knock-on. Charging downfield, Kunaklate
High tackle.
reeled in, however, by Zimbabwe, and now they continue to be a player to the good, as Zimbabwe had their yellow card replaced, but now they find themselves 7-6 down once more, and here's the try scorer, Voku. Opening try scorer, that is. 2 tries to Papua New
Play
Guinea
on,
now.
caught it.
Captain Patala sends it to Kura. He's
Tackle.
been a real problem for Zimbabwe, the number 6 for Papua New Guinea. Now drawing the defenders. One more to the outside. Voku with the dummy, not held in the tackle. They're banging on the door now, Papua New Guinea. Latte, dummies, sends it back the opposite direction to Alfred. Alfred shaping up his man. Alfred asking the question, and that pass,
Yeah.
ill-advised,
Back on.
indecisive, and unhelpful.
Yeah. Number 1, substitution. Scrum. Okay. Time off. Sure. Is it the player who's on the ground here? Okay, we'll just wait. Are you good?
So an injury to Papua New Guinea, that being suffered
Time on.
by Emmanuel Alfred, who looks strong enough to stay on his feet, and the substitutes and
Sorry, time back
substitute is
off.
coming
Just
on
wait.
for Papua New Guinea.
Yeah. Okay, send the sub on.
Is Caleb Nipal,
No,
number
somebody's
3.
coming on. Yeah.
and indeed he's going to be substituted as Emmanuel Alfred.
Okay. Stay 5 meters.
He looks like he's run his race. And what
Time
a
on,
race it's
crouch.
been. What a match it's been thus far from Papua New Guinea,
Bind.
without a victory thus far in this weekend's
Set.
competition.
No, 9. Good.
The feed quality there, a bit of hesitation for Matema, making sure that Zimbabwe could get clean ball, and look at that from Mushumi. He's been looking for that kind of gap all day, and now the draw and pass. Surely the try is on, but Papua New Guinea are covering. They're covering in a big way. What a tackle that on Tinawo. He must have thought he was away. The cover from Mautu, uncompromising, and Zimbabwe still in possession on their own 10-meter line. Oh, wow. A dark cloud has descended on the Zimbabwe coaching area after seeing that
9
action.
sub. 9.
A positive break. It looked like a try for all money on the outside. But the cover defense
Perfect, he's
was
coming.
first class.
Let's just
from
move it to
Papua New
here
Guinea.
because of that ground.
Nice race, boys. Magona, boys.
Thank you.
1 minute to play
Time on.
in this match. Papua New Guinea coming into it in 4th,
Coach.
looking to end in 3rd.
Bind.
Finishing in 3rd gives you a chance of being that
Set.
best or second best 3rd place team and still having a chance to win the cup. Here come Papua New Guinea through the impressive Kura, over the top and chasing back for Zimbabwe,
Back, play on.
Musumi's lost control. Papua New Guinea in position now. Wahune dragged down,
Yeah, now.
5 meters short of the line. Papua New Guinea with a bit between their teeth. Nepal with a pick
Tackle.
and go.
No!
Crucial tackle from Zimbabwe. The gap's there again. Dragged down
Backward.
Wahune.
Play on.
The
Just went
contest
off
at the
your feet.
breakdown is
Ball was out,
ferocious.
can't go
Papua
off
New
your feet.
Guinea, surely the try's on now. Zimbabwe, where they back the 5 meters, holding the player
Tackle.
up. Tackle called, and they must release.
No. Leave it.
Papua New Guinea looking to put the cherry on top.
Try.
It's time to eat cake. Over the line, Mustafa Kura. Standout player of the game, and what a game it's been.
Thank you.
Surely the favored side coming into this, Zimbabwe. Looking to finish third. Two sides with 2 losses to their name on day one. And it's Papua New Guinea who have come out shining.
Cheers.
And it's him again, Mustafa Kura. And time is not up yet for Zimbabwe. They'll have to suffer on, and it has been a suffering in this game that they have been put under by Papua New Guinea.
10 seconds.
This nation of many islands, they do not have many wins. But today they pick one up against the fancied Zimbabwe side. Long and straight from Kora. Very clever kick bouncing against the post. Not going dead either.
Free kick.
And we're heading back for the free kick at the center circle now. Papua New Guinea have run a very long way and put themselves out of position. Surely the tap and go has to happen right now. And it's got to be going at full speed for Zimbabwe. They've got numbers to the right, but Papua New Guinea have somehow been allowed to recover.
No clear release, leave it.
Through their own efforts, but also the lack of urgency from Zimbabwe to capitalize on that situation. Musumi with ball in hand, looking for the switch play. He finds Nyamakura. Musumi again. If anyone deserves a try from this Zimbabwe side, it's him.
3, tackle off the ball.
Another penalty for Zimbabwe. They look to add some shine to this unhelpful result.
Okay, thank you.
Zangari keeps it moving. Penalty after penalty from Papua New Guinea now. The dummy to the outside. Good enough for the first try and the first points from Zimbabwe. Munesu Muneta.
Very careful sliding. Don't slide like that. I'm good. Thank you, though. Thank you.
Zimbabwe end the match with a bit of a zing. But in the end, they have been completely outclassed by Papua New Guinea. So the first of their 2 matches on day 2 goes against them. The side in green and black, Zimbabwe, unsuccessful in the effort of getting their first victory on the second weekend of the World Rugby Sevens Challenger Series, pardon me, as these teams are looking to get into the HSBC 7 Series. Whichever team wins, the women's section goes straight in. The men's section goes into a 4-team tournament at the London Sevens at the next stop after Toulouse, of course, which is up next for the 7 Series. But here in this match, Papua New Guinea pulling one out for the books. Their first win of the weekend, and what a win it was over Zimbabwe. They head into 3rd place in Pool F. Zimbabwe headed to the pits. It's Papua New Guinea victorious, 21 points to 7. Kick is up and we are underway Oh, look at this from Hong Kong, China. What a start.
Tackle.
Pierce McKinley West powering forward, and Belgium on the ropes.
Ball backwards.
Right from the get-go. Ball backwards is the call, and Christie, pardon me, it's Styles looking for some gaps. Styles back in there again. He spreads it to Webb, the captain of Hong Kong, China, and moving forward is Sayers. Sayers commits to. The offload leaves the Belgian defense compromised, and Webb handles again. The pace from Hong Kong, China is unbearable to start this match. A penalty for offsides from Belgium as well.
3 offside.
Griffin Colby, the referee, with a blast on the whistle, and Hong Kong, China choosing to slow things down. Thank goodness for that.
Scrum.
Hips? Yes. Yes, sir. Number? Good job of putting on the field, eh? Fucking quality.
Let's go. Crouch.
Venez à gauche. Team à droite, venez à gauche, même si ça bouge.
Crouch.
Yeah.
Point. Sit.
Bringing it from the base, and Harry Sayers involved again. A strike runner for Hong Kong, China. Now breaking around the corner. He's been influential already. Hugo Styles, another advantage. This for a knock-on.
Knock on.
Oh,
Knock on the
Belgium
rock, yeah. Knock on.
barely getting a chance to take a breath
Knock on the
to
rock.
start this match off. And Hong Kong, China, who came into this competition with great intent, explicitly saying so in the press as well, that they were coming here to win.
Crouch. Point. Sit.
Oh, that's just not working out, and dragged in by Gaspar Lally. So a double knock-on, and Belgium, for the first time in this match, have a chance to put their hands on the ball.
Number? 3.
I'll have a look.
Probably not doing it now that I've told them.
1.
Crouch. Crouch. Point.
Half.
Sit.
Feeding the scrum, Rifon, the 21-year-old, sends it back, and Belgium sling one on their own try line, ready to run it at Hong Kong, China from deep. Dragged down in the tackle by Hugo Styles. Playing with confidence, Belgium bouncing out of that tackle. Gaspar Lally.
Contact with the face. Yep. It's a penalty only.
Now with consistent possession of their own, looking equally ferocious in attack, albeit from their own 22-meter line, are Belgium. Oh, on the outside, trying for the gap, Megrelidze.
No, around the body.
Referee Colby, happy with everything he's seen, out into touch. Line out to Belgium.
2. Mirror. 1-0.
All right, let's just get our timing better. Let's get the gap timing better. Let's go. Belgium, come closer.
No jump from Belgium. Slightly trick play, turning out to be profitable.
Kick.
A kick is called, and Belgium are moving forward with Jens Torfs. The offload keeps the movement alive. And they've managed to knock it on in the end. Error after error in this game from both of the sides thus far, producing a stop-start affair. But Belgium will be far happier with the position they've taken up on the field now. Belgium, the side that finished in 4th place in last weekend's competition. And remember, it is an accumulative effort over the course of 2 weekends, however many points are earned by your final finishing position.
Point. Sit.
Now, Hong Kong, China, on the other hand, finished in 3rd with 16 points. So these two sides having played in the 3rd, 4th playoff, and Hong Kong, China coming out the better in that last weekend. Belgium will be eager for revenge. The kick over the top is for Tornika Megrelidze to chase. He is isolated here with 2 Hong Kong China players in front of him. Megrelidze takes them on, stays in field, and buys enough time for his teammates to get there. But the next one to arrive is under pressure. Hong Kong China on the charge.
On the line.
Yep. You gotta check if the ball is over the dead ball line or not. Okay. Time off.
Hugo Styles. It's going to the TMO.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Griffin, you may award the try.
Okay, thank you.
He's got Styles for miles.
Right. So they're all offside there.
Oh, try given.
You guys on the pressure?
Simple call from Marius van der Vesthuizen upstairs, and Griffin Colby awards the first try to Hong Kong, China.
Thank you.
Victorious in that fourth playoff. 16 points awarded as a result of that final finishing position compared to the 20 points earned by Tonga, who lifted the cup, and the 14 points of Belgium in fourth place.
Space, just give me space to kick, please. Just get away from him. Thank you.
Germany finishing in second, incidentally. Up and over. Russell Webb, Hong Kong, China in the lead.
Four.
The kick is high. What a contest that is from both sides. Tapping it back to the side of Hong Kong, China was Max Denmark, one of the prolific try scorers on his Hong Kong, China side. Belgium looking to get it going early. Refund the 20-year-old with ball in hand. Hong Kong, China chasing it on the ground. Coverdale in there for the team in blue.
Hands past the ball first.
And a penalty comes the way of Hong Kong, China. With those 7 points in the bag, you can see them taking a more relaxed approach now, trying to control this rugby match. They know they're playing against like-for-like opposition, a side which is very evenly matched against them. And they're going to try to employ their line-out to get them a try right towards the end of this first half that had really put Belgium on the back foot. These two sides in Pool C, currently in first and second, Hong Kong, China, and Belgium on 6 points. They both won their opening matches against Zimbabwe and Papua New Guinea, so this one's to decide the top spot. Hong Kong, China rising high through Pierre McKinley West. And now they take it to a line. Here's Denmark. Denmark met at the gain line and driven backwards. Big hits, and Russell Webb sends it left.
Sorry, ball passed to me. That's half time.
Tremendous frustration from Hong Kong, China. You can see Russell Webb shaking his head. The ball hitting Griffin Colby, resulting in a scrum, which means that halftime must be blown. And what a first half it has been in between the two top sides in Pool C, as we decide who is going to be finishing in the first and the second positions as we head into the knockout phases. The first of those knockout phases will be taking place later today. That'll be the second match for these teams who are playing this morning. And this morning, everybody is playing their third match of the pool stage. And thereafter, we will know who is going for the top prize and who is not. The final match coming out of Pool C at this weekend's World Rugby 7th Challenger Series of 2023. The two top sides in Pool C going head-to-head here, and Hong Kong, China looking solid so far. Belgium certainly not gone away yet, though. They've barely had the chance to play. Let's see if they can be on the front foot in the second half. The kick is up from Ryan Godsmark.
Scrum.
And that is less than desirable.
Scrum chosen.
That does not have Godsmark on it. Now, Hong Kong, China will set the scrum.
Three up for me. Three up. Fresh sharp scrum. Cool? Yes, sir. Three up.
Crouch.
Three up.
Bite. Sit.
Feed to the scrum from Hong Kong, China, and Hugo Styles, who scored that expensive try in the first half, gets it away to Denmark. What a problem he is with that physicality, charging up at that Belgian defense. Hong Kong, China going deep, and Styles sends it wide to McKinley West. McKinley West attacking the line.
I tackle.
Bestin in his debut tournament, affecting the tackle, which turned out to be high in Belgium. Just taking on too much pressure here in the second half, just as they did in the first, and Webb will slow it down and apparently kick to the corner again, which he does. Hong Kong, China's big boys trundle up to execute the line out.
Belgium, this is the middle. Open up.
Styles.
They're good. Let's go.
Great feed from Styles. Excellent line out from Hong Kong, China. Styles on the loop now, asking the questions of the drifting Belgian defenders. Denmark can't hold on. Advantage being played for the hit in the midfield.
No.
Yellow card is coming.
I believe it's late.
Jens Torfs has been turfed by Griffin Colby.
Scrum.
2 minutes in the bin. Hong Kong, China on attack. The Belgian resistance
Scrum.
waning at this point in time. Now 6 on 7, 3 of those players will be dragged into the scrum, as well as the scrum half hovering around, leaving 2 players to guard the rest of the field. And as you might imagine,
Crouch.
that spells trouble for Belgium, especially with a player like Max Denmark doing the rounds, hovering behind the scrum right now.
At the scrum?
No, it doesn't have to be.
No. Yeah, so.
Well, Belgium trying to go without that halfback and letting the player hang back, and now, oh, you can see they're exposed. Boy, they're exposed.
Sit.
Players either side for Hong Kong, China. Styles sends it to Denmark. If Denmark can commit these defenders, the try is on in the corner. Webb! Inside, outside, over the line. Hong Kong, China in full control.
Russell Webb over in the corner.
Do you need
Thank you.
Control tempo.
You've got 17, 15.
No luck with the kick. Tough one, to be sure.
Two.
Mek Kwai Chung onto the field for Hong Kong, China in the 5 jersey. In the 7 jersey. Oh, look at that contest in the air. That's how to execute a restart in 7-a-side rugby. But Hong Kong, China end up tapping it back and presenting an opportunity to Belgium. One of their players losing their discipline in a very disappointing manner and tackling Styles without the ball. And you can see that Hong Kong, China, they know what they're doing on a 7-a-side field. With that lead in hand, they slow the play down, kick towards the touchline, and they look to continue piling the pressure on this Belgium side. Hong Kong, China set another line out in this area of the field. Once again, Styles looping around. It's down off the top and through the hands of the replacement Chung. On the outside, Max Denmark trying for the line. 5 meters out, he's brought down. What a danger he is. Styles sending it to the open side. Brian, wider it goes. Cutting inside, it's McKinley West. It's all Hong Kong, China right now. Making light work of Belgium. Their opponents in the 3rd, 4th playoff last weekend. They've clearly learned lessons and found a way to beat them by an even greater distance.
How long's there? The game?
2 minutes. 2 minutes, you go.
Oh, that offload, something special there. The try scorer eventually Seb Bryan of Hong Kong, China in the 11 jersey. And it's the self-same Hong Kong, China that kick off, and what a kick from Styles. They just couldn't bring it in. The player was in perfect position, but the knock-on resulted. But Hong Kong, China will feel very confident with the way they're playing here on day 2. Of course, a crucial match coming up later as we begin the knockout stages, then 2 big matches tomorrow. The second of which they'll obviously be hoping will be the final of this competition.
Sit!
So the player knocking the ball on, Callum McCulloch, that set this scrum for Belgium. Still looking for their first points of the match as they've been wholeheartedly beaten here by Hong Kong, China. Initiating the switch play was Jens Torfs. Still just can't find a way past one of these Hong Kong China defenders. Any half break is being shut down by some ferocious cover defense as Leclue is taken to ground. And now, with a slight gap to run into, just the half gap, and making the most of it.
Leave it!
With the hard running, huge Bastin.
Yes! Great D.
But Belgium once again are not their own best friends, and the play breaks down in midfield. With time ticking away, Hong Kong, China have nothing to fear here. And they can slow the clock down and start preparing for their second match of the day. The second match against whom, of course, will be decided by the rest of the results as we're finishing off Pool C's action.
Bye!
Pool
Gentleman
C.
binding. He has to go under, you go over, okay? Thank you.
Pool
Crouch!
C, in which Hong Kong, China will finish top.
Bye!
Belgium will finish second.
Sit! Play on.
Play on is the call. Now breaking through. Max Denmark surely has this covered for Hong Kong, China, but that's tremendous dedication from Belgium, but in the end, holding on to the ground.
And double roll 9.
In the midst of the desperation, he just could not help himself. Julian Berger, the oldest man in the squad at 33. And Hong Kong, China have seen enough, saving that breath in their lungs for the bigger games which are to come this afternoon. They have secured top spot in Pool C, which has now got a ribbon on it. It is Hong Kong, China, successful, heading to the championship phases. Let's see how they go in the knockouts. And they will be joined there by Belgium, who will have a tougher road playing against one of the top finishers from the other pools. Okay, so who is next? Gosh, okay. Okie dokie. Series of 2023. Two of the standout teams of the tournament in general are about to take each other on here on the B field as we continue to rotate between the fields to ensure the quality of the grass underfoot, especially so on the A field, which will host the big matches tomorrow, where we will be back where the grandstands are on the Paul Roos first team field known as the Marcotta. So Czechia set up playing right to left and Belgium set up to receive the kickoff. These two sides fighting up near the top of the standings. Belgium losing the final in the first weekend's action on 18 points from that result, hoping to win this weekend's tournament and put themselves with a chance of being automatically promoted to the HSBC 7 Series proper. Czechia get us underway with Doletilova. Brilliantly taken by the captain Margot Lally above her head, flying through the sky. Both these sides clinical, looking to capitalize here. Great defense, charging up, affecting the hit. Sladkova. So forcing that error, the standout player for Czechia, Agnieszka Marta Sladkova, 10 tries to her name already.
Crouch. Bind. Sit.
South African referee Zoe Nordier
Advantage.
sets Czechia away with the scrum, and now they have a penalty advantage.
5, don't lose your binding.
And binding appears to be the call from Zoe Nordier, so a technical error at scrum time there from Belgium, who find themselves under pressure early on. Last weekend's finalists, and of course Czechia finishing in 5th position, winning that 5th, 6th playoff and finishing on 12 points. So the most points they could get from this weekend would be 32, which would probably leave them slightly short of the prize.
Sit.
Now away it comes, Czechia with the first chance to attack. Garternova moving it outside to Sladkova. The strike runner Sladkova stopped in her tracks, and the counter-attack from Belgium is aggressive. Amaury driving over, but Czechia retained possession, and Kuprova gets the ball to Plevova. Plevova powers in, and Czechia controlling possession admirably. The uncompromising figure of Batova into contact. Vakova, the captain of Czechia, off to Doletilova.
Backwards.
Backwards is the call, and backwards again. So Czechia will continue in attack, and it's Doletilova with ball in hand. Belgium bring her to ground. Doletilova puts it down and drives onwards again.
Clear release.
Another penalty to Czechia, controlling possession in this first half. Hand over fist as 2 minutes have already passed. Julie Doletilova is going to look for touch. She puts it into touch, and it will be a line out to Czechia. And for all their control thus far, have nothing to show for it. Belgium, on the other hand, yet to have a chance to get anything going. Oh, tough one to handle for Pavlina Kuprova, and as a result, Belgium able to pounce on possession. Heloise Stevens gets the team in yellow and white on the front foot, and last weekend's finalists looking to enter full flow. The physical confidence of Ella Amaury keeping her on her feet. And Margot Lally, in fact, that time taking it in, and indecision in the Chechen defense.
You've lost it, Fred.
Belgium working a very narrow blind side. That pass inaccurate, out into touch, and Belgium cannot profit off their first possession. Noemi van der Poel not able to find a teammate with that pass. Czechia will be satisfied with the start thus far. Coming on the back of wins against Colombia and Papua New Guinea. And the same teams, of course, beaten by Belgium more handsomely, especially insofar as Papua New Guinea 43 points to 0, while Czechia beat Papua New Guinea 15 points to 10. But in spite of that, Czechia, the less fancied side in this match, are controlling possession throughout the course of this first half and struggling with what looks like it may be a touch of a head knock. Pavlina Kuprova.
Time on.
Or perhaps not. Just readjusting the face mask as it so happens. Tap and go comes from Doletsilova. Seems to suggest she may be kicking the touch, and the kick over the top is asking questions of the Belgian defense. Doletsilova, with a flagrant disregard for her own bodily integrity, flings herself into the fray, and Belgium look to capitalize on a quick counter from the penalty which was awarded. Tremendous balanced running from Blondiau. Blondiau scores the first points of the match. Cecile Blondiau,
Sure.
the second highest try scorer in the competition coming into the second day's action. She goes from 10 tries to 11. Taking a one ahead, incidentally, of her opposition today, Agnieszka Marta Szladkova. And with the responsibility for the conversion, it is Nele Pien. And Belgium take a well-deserved lead, although Czechia, of course, will suggest that they've controlled the ball in the possession and the match all the way up until that point, only to see it snatched away by one breakaway Belgian try. But that's the game of sevens for you. This kick up will go to 10 meters, so pressure on Czechia. They haven't got someone underneath it, and now they may be in trouble. Oh, it is all on the pickup there from Margot Lally, the captain of Belgium. Just couldn't get her hands on the ball. Desperately chasing back was Petra Vatkova, the captain of Czechia. And that almost ended badly for the team in their famous colors of red, blue, and white that represent their flag. Heloise Stevens onto the field for Belgium, replacing the impressive number 11, Ella Amoury. Captain of her nation. Petra Bachkova feeds the line out and hits Kuprova. And Czechia will have to start from deep. They're full of confidence here. That bouncing ball may well have been picked up by a Belgian, but that's the kind of power running they're seeking from Plevova. Cleared away by Vachkova. Oh, just getting it through the hands. Gartnerova. And a little bit of space to work with for their hardest running player, Doletsilova. Dealing with defenders, and the offload is a golden one to Szladkova. The unstoppable try scorer. Szladkova gets another. It's 11 to her name.
Oh, what a response from Agnieszka Marta Szladkova. It's the number 7 scoring her 11th try.
Level at the top of the pops of the try-scoring stakes with Cecile Blondiau, Liu Xiaozhen. It is Agnieszka Marta Szladkova. All three of those players now on 11 tries. Well, not a great kick that from Doletsilova. Snatched at it slightly and saw it shoot off to the left.
Over there?
Well, and after missing that kick, there's been
Half-time?
a call from the TMO.
Half-time.
Zoe Klaas Salmans that Zoe Nordier must speak to the number 2 of, or rather the number 1 of Czechia, Julie Doletsiova. And she's been forced to go for a head injury assessment because the TMO clearly saw an incident that called for such a thing.
Ah, one second.
And that call, incidentally, coming after the attempt at the conversion, which may have been affected by that head knock, considering the direction in which it went. But what a match we've had here, the second last on Field A before we have the break between the pool matches and the start of the knockout matches, which is going to come in the afternoon. So stay with us all day because we're going to have rugby action coming your way, and it's only going to grow in consequence as the hours progress. These afternoon's matches are going to be of pivotal importance, especially to the sides in the women's section who still have a real shot at winning this tournament, especially so if someone can deal with the threat of the South African woman who won that first weekend's tournament and sit on 20 points. Now, if there's a side such as China, Belgium, or Czechia that can present a problem to South Africa in the quarterfinals, forcing them to be knocked out and to fight for the 7th and 8th playoff, the 7th place team only gets 8 points onto their tally in the final reckoning. South Africa currently on 20. The second place team gets 18. So, for example, Belgium, having finished in second, were they to do that again, would get 36 points. And if they met South Africa in the final, of course, and beat South Africa, they would be sent on the same points again. Now, that is why the likes of Belgium and China, in fact, who are on 16 points, having finished third, with which they will be supremely disappointed considering the quality which they've brought to this competition. They would be desperate to see South Africa knocked out in the quarterfinals and leave them only able to potentially get 28 points, leaving China with the potential of getting 36 points as well should they win the competition altogether. The permutations will continue to pop up as we go throughout the day. Don't you go anywhere. The second half is coming up. Nella Pien. What a kickoff, allowing the Belgian runners to go charging onto it, and Czechia under pressure immediately. Belgium in front, 7 points to 5. Pauline Janane sends it away to Van der Poel. Away by Stevens. Lally, the captain. Oh, cutting back in. This is real trouble for Czechia. Head down, powering forward. Guess who it is? Cecile Blondiau. That will settle the nerves for the Belgians. A side which backs themselves, and rightly so. The kick up and over once more. Nella Pien nailing that kick, making it 14 points to 5. And look at Blondiau. You can see how it is that she has now become the top try scorer at the World Rugby Sevens Challenger Series. Such a dynamic runner, dedicated. Always asking the question of the defender, staying on her feet, and the leg drive strong. What a tackle that is. Blondiau, defense and attack. Dropping shoulder this time, the big number 10, and putting it into Teresa Batova. And Czechia under pressure. They see the ball knocked on by the advancing Belgian defense.
5 and 9.
And the Belgians now bring on some subs, feeling comfortable as they go on. Emile Mush is on in the number 3 jersey, and in number 11, it's Ella Amoury returning to the field. And heading from the field, Noemi van der Poel
Crouch.
in the number 4 jersey.
Bind. Sit.
And now Czechia breaking blind. Just a hint of a high tackle, but that'll go on, and it's Vera Gartnerova in the 8 jersey carrying forward. But piled backwards is Kristina Rizhartova. Now Belgium with ball in hand, the turnover good. Genet gets it away to Hubrecht. Hubrecht down the center. The offload is Klaas to Mush. Short of the line, Mush. Flings it back. Got to go wide, surely on the outside. The Belgians had the overlap. Back into contact goes Louis Hubrecht. Oh boy, that's a big tackle. Aneshka Marta Slatkova making it, and on the outside now it's Blondiau. Brought down in a tenacious tackle, sent back the other direction. Stevens sends it on to Genet. Surely it's only a matter of time for Belgium. Czechia can't hold on. They send it back blind. Here comes Mush. Mush into contact, and Czechia continue making their hits. Belgium are in at last. No less than they deserve. It's Margot Lally, the captain's effort. Quite clear they have the intent of heading back to from whence they came. The final of this competition last weekend, they want to go back in this one. It is going to be fascinating to see the way these knockouts are worked out in the women's section. So many teams that are level pegging with each other. Unsuccessful attempt at the conversion. That from Ella Amoury. Amoury started the match, went to the bench, came back into the action. Fine kick that from Amoury. The Belgian line just not quick enough to get there as the Chechen players receive the ball, but some indecision from their opposition has presented themselves with an opportunity, and Lally changing direction. That pass behind Mush, compromising the counter-attack from Belgium, but the pass onto the outside, handled by Blondiau, who gets handled herself. Savage hit on the touchline. Czechia are not done.
Yeah.
Both of these sides will be finishing in first and second position, so if you want to see more hits like that, tune in to this afternoon's action because Czechia will still be in the quarterfinals, whatever happens here today. The two teams having both won their opening matches, they'll be feeling secure on 6 points, uncatchable by those two chasing them in Colombia and Papua New Guinea. Oh, look at that for an attempted offload. Knock-on called against Czechia, and Belgium will have to put into the scrum, but intrepid play from the ladies in blue, white and red. Julie Petrikova trying to get her hands through the tackle. Plenty of physicality on offer from this Czechia side, and they have a mix of small and large athletes. And besides their prolific try scorer, Sladkova, however, they need to find another attacking outlet, somebody to cause problems to opposition defenses. Quickly taken out there by Stevens. Stevens on the loop again. Czechia's defense wise to it, and that advantage is for a high tackle, so a penalty advantage for Belgium. Genet sends it on to Hubrecht, and Hubrecht back inside. Czechia sharp to those inside balls, working hard to get back and make their hits, but now it's mush! Oh, that looked like a really uncomfortable situation that happened there for Kristina Rizhertova. It's what they call a rugby collision, as Blondiau accidentally pancaked her into the ground as she's still wearing that face mask as well. Well, the game of rugby is unforgiving. In fact, it's Pavlina Kuprova who's on bended knee now, really. Suffered a rough run from Blondiau, who was already on the way down, but
thank you. Scrum. On you.
Did land right on her face.
Here we go. Here's your mark. Players, here's your mark.
And it makes one feel fortunate to be up in the stands watching the game rather than down on the field, because it can get hairy down there.
Wait. No? It's yours. Crouch. Bind. Sit.
Under pressure as they have been throughout most of the match, Czechia. The scrum is fed by their captain, Vachkova, and they're passing the ball on their own try line. Here is their try scorer of note, Sladkova, occupying defenders. A measured play from Sladkova, the number 7.
You need to get up this slow. You're slowing the ball down.
Just couldn't find a teammate. That counter-ruck, a painful one for Czechia, although they're winning the penalty on the back of it. You can see they're hurting as a result. Julie Petrikova, looks like she's holding her wrist.
Time off.
Or perhaps a thumb. Maybe there's a dislocated finger. Ooh, boy. Yeah, it looks like there's a very good chance of a dislocated finger. An uncomfortable.
You want scrum? Scrum.
Minor injury to receive. And important that you get a proper medical professional to relocate that finger, because it is the kind of thing that one could think they can solve on their own. But if you put it back in the wrong position, you'll never have a straight pinky again.
Crouch.
I say that from first-hand experience.
Bind. Sit.
Czechia to feed the scrum. Their captain, Petra Vachkova, again.
Guys, out the tunnel. I need you to hook, please. I need you to hook.
Vachkova has not been doing not being done many favors by her scrum,
It's a bit muddy there.
who are indeed under pressure from the powerful combination of Mush, Pian, and Genet from Belgium.
Bind.
But Vachkova
Sit.
is being forced to clear this ball at a rapid speed every time, and there she is again, under pressure from Stevens. Jumping over the tackle and powering forward. Great to see they've still got the spirit. Czechia, Plevova charging into contact. They've still got games coming this afternoon, knockout games.
First knock on. Is it time?
The hooker has blasted, and referee Zoe Nordier calls a close to the action. And for all the frustration Czechia will be feeling, perhaps this the best result, that they call a close to this match, which was out of their grasp, and head into that quarterfinal contention with the freshest legs that they possibly can, because there's every chance that they'll be seeing this Belgian side again if they progress onto the semis and then the final. As for the South African side, we'll find out what form they're in today. They won both of their matches on day one. They're in Pool D along with Paraguay, Thailand, and Madagascar, and the last match on the field A is coming up shortly, so don't you go anywhere. It will be the home side, South Africa, taking on Thailand, who are third in Pool D, to close out the action in the first half of the day here on Field A. And then in the afternoon, we head into the big stuff. So don't you go anywhere. Stay with us.
Ready.
Performance from the South American nations, and we are ready to get underway with Thailand kicking us off. Leskalata Khan ready to receive that. She was previously captain of South Africa in 2022's Challenger Series in Chile. Back to represent again this year. Look at that running! Straight down the center of the field here in Stellenbosch. It's tremendous stuff from Solonsi. Immediately on the front foot, South Africa, they've got numbers to the outside, which will not be needed. Nadine Roos, the natural-born athlete, in under the sticks, and South Africa starts the scoring.
Thank you. Ten.
No problems with the conversion. 7 points to 0. South Africa lead. Nadine Roos, an absolutely unstoppable runner. She's a cut above Nadine Roos and a superstar in South Africa for that very reason. One of the many in this team, of course, that represented South Africa recently at the Rugby World Cup in the land of the long white cloud. Roos. In fact, it's Eloise Webb with the kickoff. Well, some confusion as Solonsi wanted to move forward, as she always does. The knock on into touch. We have to put the pause on this movement. Scrum call. And it's South African ball. Simam Kele Namba, another crucial player for the South African side, plays wing in the 15s game. Serious finisher.
Fine. Set.
Not starting this match for South Africa is Malinga, who's been scoring tries for fun this weekend and last weekend as well.
Advantage,
Simmers, their captain, and the kick over the top. See South Africa on the chase. The patient wait from Masuku, tackled into touch. Did so well to wait for the bounce. We've marked up and taken down by Jutatip Yimyan. Oh, great work at line-out time from South Africa, winning the ball back, and Simmers sends it along to Eloise Webb. Here's Roos, Nadine Roos. It's all hers if she wants it, and she sure does. 2 tries for Roos. Well, for all of her athletic talents,
Half-time, please.
hasn't been scoring at a prolific rate in this competition, which of course doesn't mean she hasn't been at the heart and soul of everything that the South African women's team does. 5 tries coming into this weekend's action. Make that 7. Unsuccessful with the conversion attempt, but no worries for the South African side as they look to be firmly in control of this rugby match, and they will be looking down the pike to the matches that are coming this afternoon, and especially so tomorrow. 3 more matches to play after the pool stages. This is the 3rd of the pool stage matches for all of these sides. We're about to wrap up the morning's action and get into the serious business in the afternoon, the do-or-die time of 7-a-side rugby. Eloise Webb. Another near-perfect kickoff, allowing the South African side to put tremendous pressure. Solonsi, Namba, hits. And Thailand finally get a chance to put their hands on the ball. Just look at the strike tacklers from South Africa being sent in like missiles. Thailand dealing with that threat and heading it down the wing with Pierre Bunanon. But Simam Kela has her number. Playing with a certain swagger, the South African side in Stellenbosch this weekend. And last weekend, of course, when they won in dramatic fashion, coming from behind against Belgium to win 17-10 in that final. They drew 5-5 with China in the pool stages. So not by any means far and a long way the best team here, the South African women's side. But they are the champions, and they'll be hoping to do the same again. Simmers onto Webb. Webb waiting patiently to deliver the pass, and Nadine Roos has chopped them wide open again. Nadine Roos is nothing short of unstoppable. A hat-trick for the number 9. Well, I moments ago said that Nadine Roos has not been prolific this weekend. She's made an absolute mockery of that. A hat-trick in the first half. She scores when she wants.
Dang.
Nadine Roos converts that try, and one thing she has been doing prolifically is scoring the points. Coming in at number 5 on the point scoring list for this weekend's action as we take a last look at the try.
Thank you.
Nadine Roos coming into this match on 39 points, and Liu Xiaokan of China on 55 points, the number 1. Blondiao of Belgium with 50 points. Sladkova with 50 points. Cold Edge with 40 of Poland. These have been the superstars of this weekend's rugby. Eloise Webb. That one slightly flatter, but the Thai player unable to hold on. Utampon Liam Rat. And South Africa presented with yet another opportunity. Simam Kelenamba gets it away to her captain Simmers. Number. Didn't see that Roos had come on the loop. Roos beats another tackle, sends it to the outside. Latakhan cutting in. She's beaten the tackle as well. Here's Namba. Big tackle on Number, crucially by Thailand. The tap and go is going to find them wanting. Simmers sends it, and Nadine Roos has just scored 4 tries within 7 minutes. Is she not scintillating? This is the kind of form that the coach of South Africa, Renfred Dazel, will be hoping to see all the way to the final. Against his old buddy, of course, Paul Delport here in charge of the Thailand side, formerly the coach of the South African national side not too long ago. Nadine Roos. There's been only one name plastered all over the first 7 minutes of this match, and that is the name of Nadine Roos in the number 9 jersey for South Africa. Always a shining light, never more so than in this first half. 4 tries to a name, and South Africa have a commanding lead. Matriculants go on to play their rugby and study, of course, in that world-famous university. And outside of all of that, it's just a really beautiful place to be. One of the most spectacular towns that you'll ever take a drive through, and if you're lucky enough to live here, wow, must be quite an experience. Outside of the education, it is just a wonder to behold, a sight for sore eyes, as is the scoreline for any South African rugby fan. 26 points to 0 in the lead. Eloise Webb sends it skywards, and South Africa come rushing onto the ball again. This kickoff routine is very well drilled for the side in green and gold, and Thailand must start from deep, and they do so through Yodja, brought down by Zandile Masuku, who hasn't had much chance this weekend at the tournament, as Malinga has been absolutely killing it for South Africa, and she will surely be back in the team in the knockout phases. And under pressure, Jai Jarim under almost knocking the ball on. Solonsi seems to have it in her clutches for South Africa. Now dragged to ground is Baloi. Solonsi sends it to the open side. Webb sees it go through the hands of Masuku. Off to Nadine Roos, who already has 4 tries in the bag. One of the halftime substitutions, it's Libby Janse van Rensburg. Janse van Rensburg! Powerful running. Another try for the Springbok women. Libby Janse van Rensburg, very much one of these South African women's players that plies most of her trade in the 15-a-side game as a fly-off and a fullback. Nadine Roos, another 2 points to her name. Well, Thailand, right now it's fair to say, resoundingly beaten, and they send on some subs to get game time. Jantamala is coming onto the field, as well as Salinda Pakwamdi. We're almost ready to get back underway. Keep your eyes on this restart again. You can see that the South African side has worked very hard on this. So crucial to have a good kickoff game, and Eloise Webb able to get that elevation that allows the South African chasers to arrive in time. Well, as soon as I've said that, I'm not one that believes in the commentator's curse, but, you know, evidence may suggest otherwise. Our referee Ano Kuai of Japan has the free kick on the halfway line for Thailand. How do they approach this? One kid with ball in hand. One kid looks left and looks right. Chooses to send it left to Pasom Jangjob. Attracting defenders. Can they produce quick ball and challenge defenders on the outside? Great inside-outside step, almost proving profitable. But now it's Jangjob that'll send it in the opposite direction. Thailand enjoying their time with ball in hand. Crucial tackle on Nawakeo. Now they have some space to work with on the outside. Liam Rat trying for something, but the cover defense solid from Right Samkari. Too solid, in fact, as a high tackle is called. And trying to tap and go was Pasom Jangjob. She'll be called back. Liam Rat to tap and go. She is their captain, Liam Rat. And she is their finest exponent of seven-a-side rugby. There's no doubt about that as well. Excellent player. Masuku making the tackle, which also looked high. It was Darren Jantamala dragged down and coming at them again. It's Liam Rat. She needs support, and the only person there is Eloise Webb. Thailand try for it on the ground, not rolling away, and their best attacking effort comes to naught. They can be inspired by the kind of pressure that they put on that South African defense. No answers as they were sinking towards their own line. But the standout player of this Thai side, no doubt, is their captain, Utamporn Liam Rat, in the number 9 jersey. A serious athlete. Eloise Webb, very good at taking her time, taking the deep breaths, controlling the pace of a seven-a-side rugby match.
Sub 6, number 6.
Yaki Salir's injury replacement for the brain, who was injured in the first weekend's action, comes onto the field in the 14 jersey. Nadine Roos to feed this line out. Conditions getting slightly more blustery here as the day wears on, which will have a great effect on not only the kicking but the line out throwing as well. Not this time, as that line out is absolutely perfect to Baloi. And the inside ball to Roos. 4 tries is about to become 5. She will not be caught. Roos on the run. 5 tries in 1 game.
South Africa, Nadine Roos.
There's a tremendous chase from Tananporn, one kid in the 12 jersey to chase down the Roos like that. We know what an athlete Roos is. Did not give her an inch, chased her all the way to the try line. But South Africa have only one woman to thank for this victory. It has been a team effort, as it always is. It is a well-drilled machine, the South African 7 side. And you can imagine in their sights, firmly in their sights right now, is that spot on the HSBC 7 series, a full year's play. Nadine Roos, that one's going drifting away. Well, Thailand have put in a fine effort. This scoreline does not flatter the Springbok women, who are in ominous form. However, I will remind you, there are the likes of Belgium, China, and Czechia out there. Real threats in the knockout stages. Libby Janssen van Rensburg goes long. Too long. Thailand in no rush as they head to the halfway spot.
Scrum
And in fact, they call for the scrum.
Coming. Crouch! Crouch! 5! Set!
Hold it! Pauline!
Wow, the feed sees the Thai scrum heading backwards. The Springbok women are punished for that dominance. And now forward comes Nakao. Pakwamdi into the fray, and Jangjob sends it to the open side. Here is their inspirational leader, Liam Rat, who gets the offload in the tackle, but they are being swarmed by South Africans right now. Jantamala fighting away to ground. Liam Rat challenges the blind side, wants a beat now, cutting back inside, and Libby Janssen van Rensburg makes her tackle. Penalty South Africa. Crucial piece of defending from the replacement. Libby Janssen van Rensburg further showing her value to the squad. And patience is paramount for South Africa. They know the win's in the bag. They're waiting to hear that final hooter take the scoreline with them as they head into the knockout phases. They'll have another match this afternoon, as will all of the teams, each and every one. One more game to play today before the knockout matches of tomorrow as well. And the matches of this afternoon will decide who will continue on to the cup competition, the semi-finals and the final, and who will be playing to sort out what spots they'll finish in. Roos to feed. Baloy at the front, another perfect line-out executed by South Africa. This time Baloy feeling no resistance, turning and running. The pick from Mpupa. Libby Janssen van Rensburg. She does the right thing, as fun as it would have been and as keen as South Africa looked to run. Libby Janssen van Rensburg turns to the touchline and kicks the ball in the direction of Paul Delport, the coach of Thailand, who's come here with this Thai women's team and represented them very well this weekend. They lost, unfortunately, to Paraguay, which derailed their cup competition efforts. But they meet South Africa today in the final pool match and lose as they were expected to, and they rightly should have, because South Africa were resplendent in their final pool match on Field A at the Marcotte. It is the Springbok women who are victorious, thanks to that woman on screen right now, Nadine Roos, who was nothing short of spectacular in the green and gold. 38 points to 0. The South African women are victorious, and we will be back this afternoon with consequential rugby matches, back to back to back, and we will see you then. The World Rugby Sevens Challenger Series of 2023 comes to its consequential stages, and they begin right here on Field A in a match between Belgium and Hong Kong, China in the women's section of the competition. Belgium flying high as they have been for the past 2 weekends, finishing on top of their group convincingly so, knocking over Czechia in their final match. And finishing with 9 points, 3 out of 3, unbeaten. Much like their opponents in last weekend's final, the Springbok women, 3 out of 3, unbeaten in Pool D. Belgium, unbeaten in Pool E. And China, unbeaten in Pool F. The quarterfinal of the women's division, the first of 4, starts right now. And Belgium right onto the front foot, as they have been for the past 2 weekends. Pian with the first carry, spread by Stevens. Looking for space, Blondiau. Dangerous ball runner, Blondiau. Defense and attack, she's all over the park. A tremendous athlete. And a penalty comes the way of Hong Kong, China. Full of initiative early in this match, the hands good. Asking the questions of the Belgian defense, the tackle made by Hubrecht. A loopy pass to the outside. Shutting down a potential opportunity and chase down behind the gain line, Chong Kai-yan. Retaining possession, Hong Kong, China. Somehow, some way, and still heading backwards as the Belgian defensive effort is full of punch, but punching right back at them. It's a player who's been shining all weekend, Stephanie Chan. Blondiau makes the tackle, and Hong Kong, China look to set it free. Find some space on the outside. Chloe Chan is forced to cut back in. Phase after phase now for Hong Kong, China. They can be happy with that. It goes from Nam Ka-man to Chong Kai-yan, and the Belgian defense just keeps on blasting the Hong Kong, China women backwards. Belgium in for the turnover now, and it looks like they might have hands on the ball. And indeed they do. Belgium forced the turnover. Stevens in to clear. Great tackle first up by Hong Kong, China. They're going to have to keep up that defensive effort as Belgium tend to tire teams out with attack after attack. Moosh into the contact. Showing the defenders to the outside and cutting back in. Margot Lally, captain of Belgium, who offloads as well. And they play to the left again through Stevens. Good handoff by Stevens. Better tackle in the end by Chloe Chan, although she throws her opposition player forward. Belgium continue to power onwards and getting around the outside of her tackler, Pauline Gurney. Gurney on the go. Gurney in for the try.
Just move.
No problems with the conversion, and Belgium take the lead by 7 points to 0. As we take one last look at this bullocking run around the outside by Pauline Gurney. The conversion by Nella Pien. Quarterfinal underway, Belgium in the lead, unbeaten they remain. Great take from Hong Kong, China, patient under the ball. Carrying into contact confidently, Nam Ka-man time and again, but the Belgium bench applauding that penalty, won by the effort in defense by the Belgian ladies.
Just get out of the way.
Penalized at ruck time, Hong Kong, China. The tap already taken by Mush and sent on the switch now. Bien! Bien with the offload! What about that for Sevens Rugby? And the defensive effort is a brilliant response as well from Chloe Chan. Outstanding work, but in the end, Belgium irresistible. Mush over the line for the try. The experienced number 3 of Belgium, Emily Mouche, at 34 years of age. seen plenty of rugby for Belgium, as has Margot Lally, the captain, also 34. It is up and it is over by Nella Pien. And another one of the experienced heads in the Belgium side extends the lead. Look at that offload. Great play from Belgium, but that tackle is just consequential as Stevens could not make it to the line, courtesy of Chloe Chan. Much younger sprinkling of players in this Hong Kong China developing team. What a kickoff that is. Lally charging onto it. Lally sends it wide. And Hong Kong China having trouble making their first up tackles now as the physical prowess of Belgium bearing down on Hong Kong China. They spread it to the left. Stevens with a crisp pass, and now it's crucial that those tackles are made. Again asking the questions, Pauline Guinea. Brought down Nellepierre. Phase after phase. It's sapping stuff for the Hong Kong China defense, and in the end, they can't hold on. Try number 2 goes to Louis Hubrecht. Unsuccessful attempt from Pien this time around. The score remains as is, but Belgium are looking in ominous form. Here on the final weekend of rugby at the World Rugby Sevens Challenger Series, 2 potential defenders shed by the straight hard running of Louis Hubrecht. Not what the doctor ordered for Belgium, and Hong Kong China will have an opportunity at a free kick from the halfway line.
Scrum call.
And Hong Kong China call for a scrum.
We're just gonna take it, yeah? Yeah, ladies.
Ever since that opening salvo, we haven't seen much of the Hong Kong China woman.
Bang! Set!
They certainly have the capacity to score tries. They've been entertaining all weekend. And that pass just falling short, putting tremendous pressure onto Nam Kam Man. They hesitate and go from Chong Kai-yan, creating just a whisper of space, but out into touch, and it will be a Belgium throw into the line out. Fine line out to Mush, the recipient, and Belgium venture onto the attack. Around the corner ball comes from Blondiau, and just look at the fluidity to this Belgian play. The inside ball from Lally, the captain, finds her number 10 again, and Blondiau! Blondiau! Brilliant! Belgium in for another. And celebrate they might, Belgium. They are blowing their opposition away here in the second weekend's action at the World Rugby Sevens Challenger Series. New kicker for Belgium, right in front of the posts. Not a worry for Ella Amoury, and the hefty Belgian lead will be taken into the halftime break. This running here, and then keeping the feet, the balanced running, killing the last defender off, and over the line went Cécile Blondiau. Last weekend's finalists, Belgium, huddle up firmly in the lead here in the quarterfinal. You can only see one team winning this game, really, even at the halftime break with 7 minutes to play. Hong Kong, China would have to pull off a miracle to turn this result around. And should Belgium win, they'll go marching into the semi-finals, where they will most likely meet either China or South Africa. This kick looking slightly short. In fact, dropping perfectly over the 10-meter line. It doesn't get much better than that.
Knock on.
Belgium couldn't get their hands to tap it backwards. Knock on Hong Kong, China's ball. Oh, they'll have the feet to the scrum.
Popo à droite. Je mets la pression.
Coach.
Popo, je mets la pression.
Bind.
Attendez.
Set. Put it in. That's it. Play on.
Tremendous
Fine.
pressure on Hong Kong, China. Smothered as they tried to get it free.
on.
And the penalty comes
Just there, just
from
there.
Heloise Stevens.
Just there.
An individual
With the
effort from the number 2.
Don't move closer to me, okay?
That has won the ball back for Belgium. Now looks for direction from the coaching
Just
bench.
one more. That's it. Play.
Led by Emile Vermont. Tap and go is the call from Belgium, and they'll run it at Hong Kong, China. Ella Amari throws on around the corner. That's not too satisfactory. Heading backwards as Stevens tries to get free from the tackle of Baltazar.
You have to be on your feet.
Tap and go from Amari. Amari seeing an opportunity. Amari beats 3 defenders, and Belgium are in for yet another try.
C'est pas fini les filles, c'est pas fini.
10 seconds.
With the clock ticking down, Amari converts her own try. And that is all hers, that try. Amari with the dedication and the athleticism as well. Oh, Belgium buoyant at this point in time, and Hong Kong, China know that their fate lies elsewhere from the cup competition, which won't come as a surprise to this plucky Hong Kong, China side against a fancied Belgian team that made the final last weekend. Taken in by Hong Kong, China's Maggie Ao Young.
Leave.
And a penalty comes the way of the side in blue. Oh, chopping and slicing. How about this for running? Oh, putting her head back, Chong Kai-yan. How impressive is that? The cut on the inside is Chloe Chan. And they're still at it. Oh, it's tremendous stuff from Hong Kong. China, can they get over the line? It's a legendary try from the Hong Kong China team. Brilliantly finished by Nam Ka-man. It started at the other end of the earth and finishes in a 5-pointer. Let's see it again. Oh, just the finish. The interplay from Hong Kong, China. The strength of their game. That handoff pivotal, but the finish. Just a display in teamwork. Always knowing that there'll be someone over the left shoulder or the right, if you just have a look. Belgium slightly rattled by that try. Will not affect the result in the end, one would have to imagine. Less than 4 minutes to play, 33 points to 5. The Belgians lead. Good value for that lead. Oh, the rugby tomorrow is going to be absolutely engrossing. Do not miss out on day 3's action.
Come forward.
In this women's section, the battle at the top between China, Belgium, and South Africa should be a fiery one. Mush. Raised by, among others, Guinea, scorer of the first try, and Belgium looking slightly disjointed. The coaching staff won't be too happy to see this kind of play after the fluidity and poise of earlier on, and Hong Kong, China smothering with the hits as well. That one coming from try scorer Nam Ka-man, who earns a yellow card for her efforts as well.
Okay. Scrum.
Oh, she's pretty much done it all on the rugby field this afternoon. Deliberate knock on the call.
Okay. Thumbs up. Number 11.
Referee Gianna Fillion of South Africa overseeing the substitutions, one of the local referees here today,
The mark's a bit back. Come a bit
amongst a
forward.
whole host of internationals.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
The feed from Stevens, the impressive number 2, the nuggetsy runner, takes it into contact and might be something here on the blind for Belgium. Choosing not to run up the touchline where the space was Pauline Guinea. Spreading the other way is Amaury and through Mush. Now looking for gaps and finding just that. Oh, she hits it on the outside, Cecile Blondiau. Imperious play from the number 10. She's been running the show all weekend. And she'll look to take this form into the final day as Belgium are dispatching of their opposition here in the quarterfinal, making light work of Hong Kong, China, and looking forward to that semi-final, which is to come tomorrow. No worries with the conversion, easily knocked over by Amaury. A really intimidating athlete, Blondiau, showing the defender the inside channel and then just accelerating onto the outside. Strong in stature, excellent in finishing as well. Amaury. This one falling short, and oh man, really tough one for Hong Kong, China to deal with. Just over the fingertips of the initial jumpers and bouncing as a Yorker length at the second potential recipient, and goes down to ground, and plenty of frustration around the ranks of Hong Kong, China. They'll be looking forward to their next match tomorrow.
Let's go. Crouch. Time's back on. Bind. Set.
Inside, outside, stepping from Stevens, and the handoff is significant as well.
High tackle.
Numerous Hong Kong China defenders attracted, and the high tackle results. Stevens with the tap and go, sends it to Mush. Mush straightens and gives it on the outside to Van der Pula. Charging for the corner, Belgium, but Hong Kong, China not ready to give up quite yet, even past the final hooter. Mush tidies up, crunches it into the defense, and Belgium spread it the other way through Amaury. The cross kick is an ambitious one. Will it stay in field for the big number 6? It won't, and Pauline Guinea watches the ball bouncing into touch helplessly. Back onto the field just as the final hooter goes is Nam Kaman for Hong Kong, China. 35 points behind this Belgian side, who are so impressive. Down off the top, well executed that from Hong Kong, China. Melody Lee, the line-out recipient, and Belgium have to watch that bounce right back into the welcoming arms of Sabe Linham. And now with a chance to turn on the afterburners on the outside is Namkaman, hunted down by Sweers. And still Hong Kong, China come in broken play. They are so dangerous. The Belgian defenders barely recovering. And once again, it's Linham who got this move underway, receiving the bounce of that kick. Now Yan on the outside. Chucked to ground by Mush, mashing her opposition player towards the touchline. Oh, how about that for a counter-rack? Mush. Mush potato. Brilliant stuff from the number 3. Physical defense closing out this game, showing the full array of skills possessed by this Belgium side, who are looking to go to the final for the second time in 2 weekends. And they might just do that. The next time they'll be back in action is tomorrow. So if you want to see these Belgian ladies in action, make sure to join us for the final day's action here from the Marcotte Stadium in Stellenbosch, where the World Rugby Sevens Challenge Series of 2023 continues. With fine physicality, running and tries like this, it's been a pleasure to watch. And we've got a lot more consequential games coming your way this afternoon. Next up is the second Cup quarterfinal featuring China and Paraguay. Quarterfinal number 2 in the women's section of the 2023 World Rugby Sevens Challenger Series in Stellenbosch, South Africa, is about to get underway. One of the powerhouses of the tournament, China's on the field in their red kit, for which they are so well known, of course. And they are facing the plucky Paraguay, who pulled off a tremendous victory towards the end of day one's action this weekend, knocking over the much-fancied Thailand under the tutelage of Paul Delport. China to kick off. They are massive favorites in this match. What can Paraguay pull out of the hat? Up it goes from Gu Yao Yao, captain of China. Taken in by Cecilia Benza. Paraguay moving the ball early to Gonzalez. Gonzalez testing the outside channels, but the organization and discipline of this Chinese defense, one of the hallmarks of their game, claiming possession there. Yao Yao, the captain.
Knock there.
It's a knock on. Scrum to Paraguay.
Crouch. Bind. Sit.
Referee Precious Pazani of Zimbabwe calls it in for Paraguay, and under pressure immediately having to scramble the offload from Viveros, leaving her teammates compromised, and Gonzalez trying to get on the outside of defenders and now using the athleticism of Armoa. Armoa backing herself into the contact, hunted down by Chen Can.
Yeah, play.
Quickly played by China, and it's Yang Meiling, the co-captain of this Chinese team. A facilitator in that number 2 jersey. Nuggety at the breakdown as well. Marshals one half of the field while the captain Yao Yao does the other, it would appear. Oh, great physicality from the Chinese number 8, Zhu Yan. The tackle maybe drifting high. Paraguay get away with that. Now Meiling sends it flying. Chen Can. Gao Yu Ying.
Off the foot out.
Quick play from China. This one, they recycle ball like this. They find teams sleeping from time to time. Earlier in the match, they've done just that to Paraguay. Chopping through is Gu Yao Yao. And on the outside, Zhu Yan cannot be stopped.
Come on, Paraguay. Medic? No, bring it at halftime, thanks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what a kick. Gu Yao Yao. And there she is again, attracting those defenders. Look at the unselfishness as well, drawing in the final one, the perfect pass. They are well drilled, this China side. Drew 5 points apiece with South Africa in the pool stages last weekend and fell short of the finals, earning 3rd position. To put them under pressure in this weekend's action, they have to win. Yao Yao with the restart. Paraguay knocking the ball backwards and powering onwards. It's starting from deep, and this Chinese defensive line is just charging at them. Too much pressure for Paraguay to handle, and they find themselves 5 meters short of the line, and in fact they're going to get a yellow card on the back of this as well.
8. Go. Oh, yeah.
Yellow card issued to the number 8, Maria Mendez. Now the tap and go from Yang Meiling. On the outside, it's Julie. Easy try. Helping herself, Chen Can, and China take a firm hold on this match.
Mark, yeah.
Yao Yao. Unsuccessful this time. 12 points to 0, China lead. Easy as you like. this try, just showing the defender the potential of the inside gap. Chen Can, wisely so, making the defender check her feet and then making that finish all the more simple as a result. Gu Yao Yao.
Use it.
Switching direction this time around and totally misjudged by Paraguay. Back on the ball and back on attack is Chen Can. Gu Yao Yao, who executed the kickoff, is there again, and Mei Ling sends it flying. They are looking dangerous on the outside. Xiao just can't make that last pass happen.
Don't touch it.
Being warned not to touch the ball. It was the number 8 of China, Zhu Yan, who is very important, of course, in the 7-a-side rugby, that
Open.
teams are allowed to play quickly if they want to, and referees are sharp on players trying to touch the ball when it's out of play. And the opposition's possession. Paraguay feeding that line out, and Viveros runs into the thick of the defense. They just swarm teams, this Chinese side, and they're on that again. That's great stuff from Paraguay, using their intensity and physicality right next to the ruck, where they can knock these Chinese defenders backwards, and Viveros is involved again. Look at the industry of Paraguay here, looking for those short gaps. Really awkward pass to get away. Viveros once more involved in the handoff. They're making meters. That pass perhaps ambitious from Cintria Cristallo Santander. In the other direction heads Liao Juli.
No advantage there, knock.
It's an absolute madness of physicality in there between these two sides of China and Paraguay.
Thank you.
Asia versus South America, and Paraguay have represented themselves outstandingly well here this weekend.
Crouch.
Their ambitions of heading to the 7
Bind.
series may be dashed,
Sit.
but it's not
Stay
over
nice.
yet. Just 12 points to 0 down.
No, stay.
They are facing a formidable foe. Back to 7 women on the field. Yan Mei Ling runs at them, and on the outside, giving problems once more. Chen Can! Chen Can! She's opened them like a tin can, rounding the defenders over the line. China are taking hold of this game, and there's no way back for Paraguay now, surely. The hooter sounds. Gu Yao Yao gets no bend on that one. Out to the right of the posts. But China right in front of Paraguay and facing up to the challenge. Paraguay not going away quietly at all. But we'll see what they can muster in the second 7.
Anything?
Good.
China are chasing the championship in Stellenbosch, and they have 7 more minutes to make it to the semi-final. In the semi-final, where they will face a confirmed opponent of Belgium, who have been barnstorming opposition all weekend. It's going to be an absolute rip-snorter should it come about. Paraguay have 7 minutes to turn this result around. Let's see what they can do. The kick flat and short and hard to deal with for both sides, but Paraguay pounce. Great stuff off the kickoff from Lucero Viveros. Has been at the heart and soul of the response that Paraguay have managed to muster against this overbearing Chinese side. Constantly moving forward in defense and attack. Ingrid Alfonso looking to buck that trend. There we go, Paraguay getting right up the noses of their opposition. Down to ground, and Viveros, again, the player with the responsibility of running at these Chinese defenders. And in the end, Romino Gonzalez knocks the ball on, and an error leads to a penalty as a Paraguayan teammate picks it up in front of the point of the knock-on, which immediately results in an offside decision. So China called for a scrum. Going to draw in those Paraguayan defenders. Perhaps beginning to think about clock management as well. There are 2 more games to play this weekend in Stellenbosch. You want to make sure your players are at their freshest for those 2 matches. The very most important matches of all. China drift their players to the left and trying to catch Paraguay sleeping on the drift here. And Wen Yan has asked the question and will not be answered. Wen Yan is going all the way, and China extend their lead. Seeking to convert her own try, it is Zheng Wenyan. Successful from Zheng Wenyang, and that's how she got the try. Just keeping that defender interested, and perfect play, really. Exploiting the space, classic sevens. Here she is again, Zheng Wenyan. That's a great kickoff as well. Paraguay under pressure, China able to jump. Wang Xiao knocking it back onto the side. All clad in red, and now the Paraguayan defenders have plenty to deal with as Chen Can and her dynamic running continue on the outside. Not supporting her own body weight there, quite obviously, as the Paraguayan player went in for the turnover. China on the run. Judy sends it onwards, and Xiao Can is there now, powering through the gap. Who you already got a try today. Oh, they are relentless, China, as they move to the left. There's no more numbers to defend this attack. And Wang Xiao dots down. China untouchable here in their quarterfinal. Belgium must be watching this with butterflies in their belly. That semi-final tomorrow is going to be one for the books, that's for sure. And South Africa can count themselves lucky that they were drawn essentially on the other side of the draw. We'll see how that works out, of course. South Africa taking to the field not too long this afternoon. They'll be playing Colombia in their quarterfinal as that conversion attempt is unsuccessful. So for those seeking to keep track of the women's schedule, Czechia against Poland is up next around 2:40, and South Africa against Colombia around 3, depending on how the schedule moves. Those are the final 2 quarterfinals remaining after this. Belgium are through. China about to stamp their ticket. Skywards, it is sent by Zhang Wenyan, and Paraguay under pressure from the kickoff once more. Maria Gauto, brave in the receipt, trying for the looping ball to Paula Denise. Paraguay just can't pull off that which they have been attempting this afternoon.
Holding.
And Nicolini goes to ground. Pinged for holding. China back on the attack with Dan Shu. Sent to the outside to the easy try for Zhu Yan. Flopping over the line, and the resistance is no longer present from this Paraguayan side. They've given their absolute all here today against China, who are heavy favorites coming into the contest, not just for this match, but also for the tournament itself. And that South African victory has really upset the card for the likes of Belgium and China, who thought they'd be marching on to victory here in South Africa this weekend. Another unsuccessful conversion as the wind has picked up slightly in the afternoon here at the Marcotte. Absolutely brilliant day's weather.
Just kick it out.
Today we're playing on the B and E fields to make
Time
sure
off.
that The integrity of the first team field of Paul Roos, which is known as the Marcotta, is retained for the finals day's action. And what a final day of action it's going to be, both the men's and the women's competitions. Switch play from China, putting pressure on that kickoff as well. Zhen Wenyang has proved to be a proficient practitioner coming off the bench with the boots. And Paraguay under pressure here. The bouncing ball having to be picked up by the backtracking Gauto. Taking it into tackles from these Chinese defenders, and nothing happening on the blind side there, but not much on the open either. Paraguay marked up everywhere they look. Pop around the corner from Paula Denise, a wise one. They need a couple more balls like that and some quick
Stay. Who use it?
regurgitation from the ruck, but Paraguay are struggling to get that. They're heading behind their own try line. China dominant in defense. Great tackle from Zheng Wenyan. Knock on. Chinese put into the scrum. This is the kind of defending that will pose problems to the likes of Belgium.
Thank you.
The semi-final tomorrow.
Thank you.
But right now, Paraguay can barely cope.
Bind. Set. Stay 9.
Raucous at the scrum and an offside call against Paraguay. Wenyan sends it wider. Zhao, do you like me now? Reaching for the try line. Cannot dot down, and Paraguay managed to pilfer.
Mark, open up. Open. Stay on the line.
Round the corner for China comes Hu Yu, looking dangerous as they always do. Wenyan sends it wide, and it's Chen Kan. Highly talented and highly skilled. Chen Kan dots down another for the Chinese.
Mark 3 here.
Another unsuccessful conversion attempt in these blustery conditions brings a close to China's day on day 2 of the World Rugby Sevens Challenger Series of 2023. The Marcotta field here in Stellenbosch has been blessed by their presence. A wonderful display from the China women's team. They march on to the semi-final where they will face today's other successful quarterfinalists, the Belgian women. It is going to be an absolutely massive match between two of the favorites for this year's competition. South Africa, of course, still to play their quarterfinal, as well as Czechia, Colombia, and one final side. Poland. Quarterfinal number 3 makes its way onto the field. That is going to feature the women of Poland versus those of Czechia. The winner of this match will go on to face the side featured in the next quarterfinal, the fourth of the 4 quarterfinals in the women's section of the 2023 World Rugby Sevens Challenger Series, which has been scintillating thus far. Day 1's action saw plenty of upsets, especially towards the end of the day. One in the men's and one in the women's sections. Paraguay involved in that upset towards the end of the day for the women. And they have just been knocked over by China very convincingly, showing why they are considered the favorites, or one of the favorites for this competition, along with Belgium, who are into the first semi-final. This quarterfinal will decide our first participant in the second semi-final. And Poland get us underway. The proficiency at kickoff from all of these women's teams has been quite clear to see. Such an important part of the Sevens game to be able to win back possession right off of the restart.
Yeah, back, just back. Stepping back. Okay. Come in. Okay. I know it's wet. Stable before the ball's in.
Our referee, Jess Ling, is from Australia.
In the middle. Crouch! Bind! Set!
The feed on the Chechen, the Czechian side. Great hands there in a gap in defense. Immediately found onto the front foot comes Doletsilova. Doletsilova with the offload to Agnieszka Marta Slatkova.
It's the try machine, Agnieszka Marta Slatkova. She's over for try number 12 for the series.
She scores when she wants. Slatkova continues her fine fettle in this weekend's action. And Czechia take the lead.
Oh, sorry, I'll just get at half time. Thank you.
Well, sent that one in completely the wrong direction. Julie Doletsilova, and the star players for this Czechia side. And she's really hard to stop on the run. Doletsilova keeps the legs pumping through the contact, and Poland already facing an uphill battle. Coming to this game with a questionable record of a draw, win, and a loss, sneaking into the quarterfinals. Doletsilova sends it high, but not long enough, and Poland almost deciding to play, which would have been unwise, as right now they have a free kick at the center point of the field due to the fact that the ball did not travel the 10 meters.
Scrum? Okay. Scrum.
Scrum called by Poland.
Time on.
I want to draw in those Czech defenders.
We might move over there. We'll just move.
Slightly muddy on the center spot.
Fine bit
of
of
this.
grass. It's not great, but
one of the 5 fields in this particular part of the Markota complex.
Crouch.
You'll find in Stellenbosch they're not short of rugby fields.
Bind. Set.
They quite fancy themselves the game out here. Now the pop from the base is from Paszczyk. The switch play from Drużgala. Pamieta into contact. There in support is Paszczyk again. Poland holding on to possession. Importantly so, they don't want the ball in the hands of these Czech players.
Backwards. Advantage.
Backwards is the call, but then the knock-on comes eventually, and Czechia will have the chance to set the scrum.
Yeah, back here is behind.
Winner of this match faces the winner of South Africa and Colombia. The final quarterfinal in the women's division. Just coming up after this match, and then 2 more matches on the A fields.
Crouch.
Uganda, Belgium in the men's section.
Bind.
And Chile, Papua New Guinea in the men's section as well to close out the day. Feed to the scrum from Vachkova, the captain of Czechia. And here is their try scorer, not just today, but all weekend. It's Slatkova off to Doletsilova. Doletsilova dealing with the defender. And Slatkova's there in support again. So confident on the attack, Czechia. Just expect to move forward. Slatkova frees the ball to Rigartova. And Slatkova, well, she throws a speculator there. Plenty of Polish players in the path, but somehow Czechia hold on to the ball via Upikova. And the kick down the center of the field from Rizortova. Doesn't have all the chase that the Czech coaches might want to see, but the knock-on comes due to the pressure from just the one chaser, showing just how important it is to follow up a good kick with a good chase. Kristina Rigortova winning possession back effectively for Czechia. As we have time off, this Polish side getting into the semi-final, to this quarterfinal, and a draw in their first match against Hong Kong, China. Beat Mexico 39-7 and then lost against China 7 points to 24. So just the one win getting them into this quarterfinal matchup. Now breaking blind is Vachkova away to Doletsilova. Shaping up her opposition and taking the ground, Doletsilova. Having a look, Plevova, and working down the blind. Poland not knocking these Czech players backwards in the tackle, and they're going to have to find a way to do so. Now playing it deep is Czechia, and Bolfova on the ball, the player over on the outside. Real trouble now because it's their prolific try scorer who offloads brilliantly to Gartnerova, and Czechia take the lead further away from Poland. Over it goes. What a brilliant kick that is.
Thank you.
Kick off high and handsome and dragging it in there. Polish number 9, Maliszewska. Now the penalty goes the way of the side in red, and Maliszewska is able to tap and go. Witkowska. Poland desperately looking for a shaft of light here as Paschik carries it onwards, but that's not going to help. An errant pass and now a knock-on. It's all going wrong for the Poles right now. They have to keep their composure. The gap between the two sides not too large now to drag back for the Polish side. If they have a decent second half, they're their own worst enemy at the moment.
Crouch!
And now Czechia have a chance
Bind.
to put a nail in the coffin.
Set.
Heading towards the halftime, Huta, Czechia struggling to get that ball free at scrum time. Oof. Just as Sylvia Witkowska thought she had claimed possession for Poland. They're called back by referee Ling.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Strongest scrum this time from Czechia, and Doletsilova. She's seen enough. Well, that one bending away, just watching after it to see it didn't stay in field, which it does not. And one of the star players for Czechia has knocked it into touch to bring about the halftime whistle, meaning that Czechia have a decent lead at halftime of 12 points to 0. Indeed, they would have wanted more over this plucky Polish side who will keep on coming at them in the second half. But for now, Czechia lead 12 points to 0. Seven minutes to play in the third quarterfinal of the 2023 World Rugby Sevens Challenger Series. Czechia in control. Can Poland find something here to turn this result around? Because right now it is looking all Czechia. Dolecilova sends it long. Starting from deep as they have all match long are the Polish. Now that's some leg drive, just what they need. Hands through the tackle from Pamieta, keeping the options alive. Now quick ball desperately required. Druzgala sends it to Pamieta. Pamieta asking questions as she always does. Solid in the contact, cerebral as she goes, and breaking away from that tackle. Here comes Poland. It's Malivsiewska on the outside. The finisher is Cold Edge. It's a cold sensation for Czechia as they see their lead chopped down. Poland are on the rise, and there may just have been a slight injury for one of the star players, Dolecilova, along the way. A thumbs up coming from the medical staff of Czechia. But let's keep an eye on the number one, Julie Dolecilova, such a crucial player for Czechia. And Poland have put the butterflies in the bellies. So a bead of sweat perhaps running down the brow of Czechia coach Vitz Chalwa. Let's see how the Czech side responds to this Polish riposte. Decent kickoff that, not high enough to allow for the Polish players to get up and put pressure on the receiver, Gartnerova. And Gartnerova is the player who carries it in. Good run from Plevova prior to that, and Dolecilova moves it onwards to Vachkova. The Czech bench getting excited by the runner on the outside, the Rizhortova. Sladkova powered into touch by Poland. Great covering defense. Sladkova not looking too pleased about something as well, storming off. As the crowd gathering for the side, you'll see in the background, preparing to take to the field, the pride and joy of this land, the Springbok women.
And come in. Hold, don't close the gap. Time on. Backwards.
Ooh, not quite taken cleanly by Paszczyk in the line out of Poland, and they'll start their counter-attack from inside their 22-meter line again. They've showed they have a propensity for that. Rigortova in the pathway of that pass. Oh, that's going to be a punch to the gut for Poland. Oh, boy! The interplay quality from Czechia, and crossing the arms and knocking defenders black. Plevova. Massive run. And now Sladkova turns to the boot, but plenty of Polish defenders in the path.
Goal,
Sladkova may have done herself a mischief on the path to making that tackle on the Polish player. Holding her head, a 22-meter dropout is the call.
Yep.
The patience of the Poles to watch that go over the line.
Time off. Subs. Number 15.
We've got some substitutions coming onto the field. Both of these sides looking slightly shell-shocked somewhat by what's going on in this match. Certainly so. The Czechia side, who make a couple of substitutions now. Onto the field comes Kuprova and Tesarova in the 2 and 4 jersey.
Okay. Time on.
Referee Jessling gets us back underway. Oh, bending restart that from Pamieta. Doesn't work out for Poland.
Touched. Okay, so it's going to play the line out.
All sorts of intrigue taking place in this match. There was a touch from a Czechia player. It's going to be a line out to Poland. So still with a monopoly on possession here in the second half, and with about 3 minutes to play until the final hooter.
Oh, no.
Should be white throw-in.
It's hers. You touched it and then it went into touch. Yeah, thank you. Well done.
Oh, well, the touch coming from the Polish players. I'm assuming that was besides the touch of the player that kicked the ball. Well, Czechia with a great opportunity as a result of that call. Kuprova gets it off to Dolecilova. Dolecilova brought down in a fine tackle from Schuster. But Czechia need quick ball to the right and is sent off to Tesarova. Tesarova brought down. Ooh, oh, no. Oh, la.
Deliberate.
Deliberate is the call, and Poland pay the price. That's absolutely massive. Pamieta One of their star players being sent from the field, and Czechia slow it down, call the scrum. No doubt that call came from the sideline. The players looking directly into the eyes of their coach. In no uncertain terms, calling for the scrum. Vichalwa.
Bind. Set.
A power from the Polish scrum, but they cannot affect any change in the direction of the ball. And Śladkova sent it wide to Doletilova. Outside, it's Tesarova! It's over! Czechia seemingly put the cherry on top of what should be a significant victory, taking them through to the semi-finals, which are to be played tomorrow. The semi-finals, that is, of the cup competition, the place where you want to be. And don't they just deserve it? They have been putting on a show all weekend, and Czechia now have just a few, less than a minute, in fact, less than 2 minutes rather, to negotiate before victory should be theirs. It's going to take something special from Poland, who only have 6 players left on the field. And just look how simple this try was. It's the reason that you call the scrum when a player gets a yellow card in sevens. It's going to take a lot of work for any side to be able to defend properly if you spread the balls to your wing effectively, draw and pass. Czechia achieved that and dot down for another try. Poland will be worried now. It's going to take something truly special, and Poland almost pulled it off here in the second half, but they're going to have to score essentially from this possession in order to have a chance remaining in this game. Trying on the outside for what she can find is Schuster. Dragged down, popped up to Druzgala. Druzgala!
High tackle back.
Directly into the defenders, and that not from the right spot from Pazchik. Tap and go. Schuster skipped out. Malievska moves it to Kuma Iwan. Scrappy for Poland now, and Czechia looking to turn over possession. Poland desperately trying to hold on. Penalty to the opposition. Koprova with ball in hand. Czechia slowing it down. Everybody trying to keep a cool head. That's the message coming from the touchlines. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
No, that's not fair.
Yeah, it really is not.
That's not fair, okay. Are you having a tap or are you having a scrum? Scrum. Yes, send. Right.
Well, composure needed from the players, from the coaching staff, and from the referee as well. And referee Jestling has that in abundance, stopping that quick tap, which was deeply illegal after the scrum had already been called. And off of the field for Czechia comes their star player, Agnieszka Marta Śladkova, fighting it out for the top try scorer in this entire weekend's competition. She's been prolific. Early tackle coming from Poland.
Step back.
Now the tap. And the kick into touch brings about the final whistle. The third of 4 quarterfinals in the women's section is completed in the World Rugby Sevens Challenger Series, and Czechia can celebrate a significant victory over Poland. The task gets only tougher tomorrow when they face their semi-final, which will be one of either South Africa or Colombia. Who will it be? We're about to find out. That's the next match coming up on the A field. Don't you go anywhere. We'll see you shortly. Charge a glass for the champions of the Challenger Series 2023. Off the back of victory last weekend, the cup lifters take to the field in the fourth quarterfinal at the Marcotta Stadium in Stellenbosch. The side that claims the most accumulative points over the course of last weekend and this will get a spot on the HSBC 7 Series Tour. The prize is clear in the women's division of this competition, and it is massive. South Africa in the pound seats with those 20 points. If they win this match and make it to the quarterfinal, the least points they can achieve is 14, taking them to 34, and China and Belgium will have their eyes on this side. As for Colombia, finishing third in their group, they're lucky to get a spot here in the quarterfinal. Can they pull off a massive upset against last weekend's winners? The kick is up and away from Valentina Alvarez. And Colombia competes on that restart brilliantly. That's just what the coach wants to see. A knock-on, however, involved. And the green and gold will get the put into the scrum. Valentina Tapas in the hooker position for the Colombian side. Captain Mathurin Simmers to feed. Simmers gets the ball on the back of a steady scrum, and Eloise Webb sends it off to Nadine Roos. Roos on the outside to the strike runner, the danger woman, Malinga! Just tripped up in the tackle. She can run it up the wing, Malinga. Took a break in this morning's match, gave a chance to Zandile Masuku. Oh, but this woman is a sprinter, an athlete of note, and a fine effort on the tackle from Michelle Bajoui on the wing for Colombia. Camila Lopera with ball in hand for the Colombians. And yellow and blue. Oh, that is a tremendous drive from the Springbok women. They have quality in so many places on a rugby field. Set pieces, restarts, game-changing players as well. One of those, Simamkela number, though small in stature, watch out for her if she gets half a chance. Here's Simmers. The captain goes to ground, Simamkela Namba. Well, that's a howler of a pass there, putting South Africa on the back foot. Not the greatest start for last weekend's champions, as Nadine Roos is isolated in midfield and Liskalata Khan has to work really hard to keep possession for South Africa. Colombia committed players to that breakdown, creating opportunities elsewhere. Here comes Malinga, stepping off the right and the left. Malinga drops the hammer. Malinga reeled in. Get a load of that from Colombia. Chasing her down, Alvarez with a spectacular tackle. Then Nadine Roos. She's in again. 5 tries in the first match today. 1 try to start this off. She is on fire. Nadine Roos must be threatening the top of the point scoring charts by now with that performance in the first match today. Oh, it's perfect. Back at the center spot, it is Eloise Webb who has the responsibilities for the restarts for the South African side. As the wind begins to bluster here on the Marcotta Sports Complex. 5 fields, 1 behind us, the first team field, lying fallow today so that it can be protected for tomorrow's finals action, which is going to be absolutely engaging stuff. Colombia finding a half gap right up the center of that South African defensive effort, but Number gets back and makes the tackle in the end. Simmers over to make the next tackle for the green and gold, and Colombia holding on to possession admirably, but they need to find a way to break this defensive line. Nadine Ruiz has been dealt with, and they're onto the attack now, Colombia. Oh, lovely run that from Maria Isabel Azuaga. Oh, and a penalty goes against Colombia, leaving their feet just as they started to gain some momentum. It's got to be tremendously frustrating, but look at the way that it's approached now by South Africa. Nobody running towards that ball to claim it, even though Colombia tried to just move it away from the spot just slightly in case there was going to be a tap and go to slow down the momentum of the South African side. But momentum is not something they're concerned with. They build momentum through dominance. A tactic first perfected by the South African men's team, of course, all those years ago. And they took a completely different approach to that of Fiji and perhaps other expansive teams on the 7th Circuit. Decided to learn to control a rugby match of 7-a-sides. Now feeding the scrum is Simmers with some complaints as well. Here's Eloise Webb. Eloise Webb taking it to the line. The switch play to Ruiz. Well tackled in the end, Ruiz, and inside the opposition 22 now. Colombia making a nuisance of themselves. Offsides is the call from Bajwi, not joining at the back of the rack. Decision time for South Africa. Looks like their captain Simmers might be ready for another scrum. Our referee Ano Kuai of Japan.
Scrum? Scrum? Scrum call. Okay. Sorry. Did you say? I called. Oh? Okay. Come in, man. Crouch! Bind! Set!
Simmers feeds the scrum, which holds up well, and once again Webb able to loop around the scrum and send it off to Ruiz to Malinga over the top of her head, and Malinga will still have another go on the outside. The danger not over when Malinga's in possession. Oh, stepping through two and dragged down eventually. Hunting the ball on the ground. Colombia, no luck there. Simmers in at first receiver. Simam Kele. Number! It's time to dial it up! Planting her head into the Marcotta turf. Number! The second try for South Africa.
20 seconds. Good. 10 more.
Well. Can confidently say you won't see another kick like that again this weekend from Nadine Ruiz. It's gone horribly wrong off the side of the boots, and no success for the number 9 on that occasion. She's a next level athlete, Nadine Ruiz. In the 15s and the 7s game. Now Eloise Webb with the final kick of the half. The hooter having sounded. No doubt going to look to make this competitive and compete with the breeze as well. It's gone long towards the touchline. Indeed, too long. And that error will mean that the match cannot be called half-time on the back of that action, and as a result, the free kick on the center spot will be allowed to take place.
Scrum call.
Colombia happy to extend this half, and they call for a scrum against the hometown heroes.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
The feed to the scrum comes from Lopera, quickly picks up and hangs one over the top, presumably for a chasing line down the center of the field, but Simmers is there to cover and easily kick into touch. Colombia rolled the dice on what seemed to be a set play. It does not come off, and as it happens, they head into the halftime break with a 2-score deficit. South Africa will feel confident, however, they will also feel they should have been far more clinical in this first half against the third-placed Colombia in their group, coming into this match as the unbeaten champions of last weekend. The second 7 minutes up next. Second half set to get underway here at the Marcotta Stadium. Eloise Webb with ball in hand. South Africa with the lead intact. They know their semi-final opponents should they be victorious in this match. And that will be the women of Czechia, while China and Belgium will complete the other semi-final lineup. It's going to be a big day of rugby tomorrow. Don't you miss out. Eloise Webb to see if South Africa can secure this victory. The 12-point lead in the bag. The team on the front foot seemingly in control, but is there an upset on the cards? Eloise Webb. Eloise Webb takes it to the line. Webb cuts them wide open, and South Africa start the second half on the front foot. Nadine Roos continues piling on the points here in Stellenbosch this weekend. And South Africa's lead is looking very secure right now. Coming onto the field for Colombia in the number 6 jersey is Madi Cordoba, who is only 17 years of age. Coming to take on some seriously intimidating women all through this weekend for Colombia. Eloise Webb sends it high. Colombia to receive. They haven't taken it clean. And there is the 17-year-old almost getting involved. Getting stuck in at the ruck now as the ball is picked up by Zinhle Mpupa, captain of South Africa today. Along with Mathurin Simmers, of course, the co-captaincy for the South African Sevens team. Always important to have a leadership group to make sure you have a captain on the field at any time, regardless of the substitutions that you make. And Simmers with ball in hand is one of those co-captains. The other, Zinhle Mpupa in the number 4 jersey.
Crouch! Fine! Set!
Simmers feeds. Eloise Webb stands at first receiver. And the switch play with Roos as the deceptive runner is pulled off, and Webb takes them on the outside. Malinga! Oh, she's going to ask the question. She is absolutely unstoppable. The searing pace of Malinga makes it good for South Africa. Another 5 points on the board, and this match is looking like it's in the bag. They'll be thinking about the semi-final tomorrow. And onto the field for South Africa comes another intimidating athlete in Masuku, in a similar build to Malinga, with similar talents as well. That unstoppable pace on the outside. And Nadine Roos, of course, also known for that, can also sidestep you inside of a phone booth. Roos, the attempted conversion going nowhere close to the posts. Scoreline remains as is. As Malinga threw out the goose, and this time just not enough on the tackle from Michel Bajoui, who's been doing well to keep Malinga under control all day. Eloise Webb. That one bouncing awkwardly and sending the kick quite flat. And here's the 17-year-old, and she's been munched by Raitsum Kari. Oh, yes, great short ball there. Fantastic line. The offload perhaps ambitious under the circumstances and claimed by Kikemetso Baloi. The ball in the hands of Roos. Roos sends it long. Oh, and just unable to hold on to it was Masuku.
Colombia, number 7. Colombia, number 7.
Great to see some spectators here to watch the South African women's team. They're growing in number on a day-by-day basis, and I'm sure that tomorrow we'll have plenty in the stands to watch the consequential matches to close out this competition. In both the men's and the women's section, some extremely interesting teams, especially so, I've got to say, in the women's section. Hard to call it between Belgium, China, South Africa, and Czechia. Of course, we'll have something to say about that. Semi-finals coming your way tomorrow from the same place, the Marcotta Stadium in Stellenbosch. Colombia under pressure. They're still intent on running it. They will not give up the ghost, and fighting her way into the contact. Soto facing down their own try line. They try to get around the outside of Musuku. And Masuku makes her tackle in the end on Juliana Soto. Oh, tough one. Here's the youngster. The youngster is getting belted again. She's been given a few hospital passes. But Mari Cordoba gets her knees to ground. Sets the rack for Colombia. In fact, it's called them all. And the young 17-year-old just could not get the ball back for her homeland.
So he got 10, number 10 off.
Co-captain Mathrin Simmers substituted onto the field comes Libby Janse van Rensburg, star of the 15-a-side game for South Africa.
Crouch! Fine! Set!
Roos. Oh, that's a tough pass for Webb to deal with over the top of her head. Masuku pressuring, but that's a great piece of dedication from Colombia. Pouncing on the ball, looked like Soto, and now Colombia initiates some counter-attacking.
High tackle.
Oh, the tackle high, so sweet relief for the Colombians as Valentina Tapias illegally tackled by South Africa, and they choose to slow it down, and wisely so. Stop this onslaught from the green and gold. Kicking for touch. Solid boot behind that. It's a hefty kick. Laura Mejia, I believe it was. Well, in many women's teams, they struggle for a distance kicker. It doesn't look like Colombia have that problem. Fed into the line out by Cordoba. Pounced upon by Baloy. Great work at the rack by South Africa, ensuring that they got the ball clean, and a penalty advantage for offside, but they won't need it because Libby Janse van Rensburg has been liberated. Try under the sticks for South Africa. The fans are loving it, and the semi-final surely now secured.
Seconds to go.
Roos. Nadine Roos adds the extra 2 points, and I cannot wait to catch up on the point scoring tally between all of the players in the competition. Heading into today's action, Nadine Roos had scored 23 points. Trailing that of Liu Xiaocan, who scored 55 points for China coming into today. I'm sure she's closed that gap somewhat. Cordoba, the 17-year-old, underneath the ball. The ball has been attracted to her since coming onto the field. Diminutive in stature, but clearing out that rack with power. And moving the ball along, Laura Mejia. It hasn't worked out, and what a pickup on the fly from Nadine Roos. Oh, rolling over, I think, is the call from our referee, Ano Kuai. the groan of discontent from the Colombian bench after they weren't allowed to tap and go with that one was something special to hear. A unique sound, indeed, that could only be made by a frustrated coach, Guillermo Taleb, the culprit. But the culprit for victory today, the South African women who remain unbeaten in this second weekend of Challenger Series Rugby. Winning the cup in the first weekend, earning those 20 points. There are another 20 points on offer this weekend. The champion team goes straight into the HSBC 7 Series. There are 2 matches left to play for these hometown heroes of South Africa. And they will be back tomorrow to see if they can claim their prize. The semi-final against Czechia. And perhaps a final against either China or Belgium. But for now, Colombia make their way from the field. They're headed on a different path away from the cup competition while South Africa march on. It's a hefty victory. It's 31 points to 0. The champions of Africa have taken to the field. Uganda, one of two matches played in the men's division to take place in the final reckoning on day 2 of the World Rugby Sevens Challenger Series of 2023. The Cup quarterfinal, Uganda taking on Belgium. They did themselves dirty, Uganda, in last week's competition, leaving themselves out of the running really for victory in this weekend. But they are one of the most talented sides here, and they're looking to show that against the fancied Belgium. What a pluck out of the skies from Lally, the captain. The offload is to Rifan. The 21-year-old is going all the way. Belgium come belting in to their quarterfinal, and Uganda don't know which way to look. Vincent Hart. Whew. Not a bad effort from the number 5, Vincent Hart, and Belgium take the lead. What a try. Belgium send it high. Can they claim their own restart? This time, the same man underneath the ball causing problems for Uganda. It's Gaspard Lally, the captain of Belgium. They've done well to hold on to it this time, have Uganda. And Offiwath, the star, the number 9 of Uganda. Watch out for the dreadlock to number 9. Oh, boy, that's not a great pass. Not a great pass at all from Etwao. The kind of pass that can take the wind out of the sails of a team. When you've already conceded a try, and now you're allowing Belgium another front foot possession. Uganda have not done themselves any favors over these last 2 weekends. They finished last weekend in 5th position. Away from that 3rd, 4th player would have made a huge difference. Even to have lost that game instead of winning the 5th, 6th. Now, Offiwath gets it away after Uganda saved themselves with that line-out steal, and the kick up is going to put under pressure the captain of Belgium. He's got to get around that first defender. Lally does just that. Lally looking for the switch play. Oh, Belgium wondering which way to go now. Somebody's got to take it into the contact, and it's the try scorer, Rifan. Timothée Rifan to ground and bursting away, Nathan Bontemps. The ball there quickly, nobody in position to play it away. Rifan eventually gets it away to Godsmark. Godsmark cutting back in, tackled by Offiwath. Oh, wonderful offload in the tackle, and Belgium are moving forward. Looking very confident, just as the women's team did as well. The offload to the outside is quality from Rifan. He's all over this game right now. Uganda forced the turnover. It's massive. And guess who? Aaron Offiwath. Came into today's play, Offiwath with the most points in the men's division, 66, ahead of Pakalani of Tonga, 53. Tonga winning last weekend's competition, beating all takers to get it, beating Germany in the final indeed. Penalty to Belgium.
Look where the liner is.
Now Vincent Hart making sure the Ugandan players get the full 10 meters back, as Belgium have no intent of playing this one quickly, taking their time to get the game restarted.
Let's go.
Well, here they come now. Wrapped up in midfield, the tackle coming from Casito. Godsmark waiting to see the ball emerge for him, and instead it comes up on Uganda's side, courtesy of Munyani, the number 3. Oh, man, that's a big counter-ruck coming from the captain. Lally gets pinged for the over-aggression at ruck time.
Must stop the ball.
There's almost a sense of satisfaction in the Ugandan players. One has to wonder why they're here in the Cup quarterfinal, and it's all in their hands to turn this around, down 5 points. Kicked into touch, and they'll start with the line out. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Turn knock on by Black.
Offiworth, the number 9, the captain, the talisman, the leader of the side, walking away from that situation with his head slunk low and his shoulders dipped as well.
Guys.
Uganda need to find their spirit here against this Belgian side and put up some fight, because they do have the talents by far to beat this Belgian side. There's no question of it. Belgium finishing in 4th last weekend, getting those 14 points. Uganda in 5th.
Bind.
Having beaten Italy in the 5th-6th playoff.
Set.
The feed disrupted as he tried to get the ball free was Timothée Riffon. Strange ongoings right now in this rugby match. A lot of complaints from the players as well. The switch play in the end coming to the captain, who hasn't had any questions about how to play this game. He knows which way he's going. Lally on the charge. Now the penalty results in a tap and go from Bontem through the hands of Hart. Godsmark with ball in hand. Needs options. Loses it in possession. And now Offiworth plays it away. Not a forward pass, and Casito sends it wide, and that pass slightly behind the man as well. Now trying to power forward in a straight line at Turinda. Okeni knows the way to the try line, but he's been dragged down in a brilliant tackle by basically the only man on the field for either side. Right now, Gaspard Lally. He's on a one-man mission to get Belgium through this quarterfinal. Starting from deep, Belgium slinging that ball to the left wing, Riffon. Trying to ask the question of Ugandan defense on the outside. Slinging it the other direction, Bontem. And the Ugandans running out of numbers on the outside here. If Belgium can keep their wits about them, they'll find themselves with an overlap. And the captain, Lally, knew just that, but unable to hold on to the ball. Vincent Hart, the put into the scrum is to the favor of Uganda.
Yeah, we are good. I'm going to try and I'm going to contest. I'm going to contest you, right?
Straight.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Thank you.
Feed to the scrum comes from Casito, breaking away quickly and getting it into the hands of Offiworth, who takes it to the Belgian line, but the cover defense is there in number. They need a punching runner who hits it up into the defenders and occupies a few Belgians. They send it the opposite direction now to Munyani. Munyani hands it off to Okorash. The captain Okorash hands through the tackle. One man needed to be there and stopped in his tracks. So Kenny, some contact for the referee as well. And Godsmark is heading back to cover. Heavenly play from Godsmark, keeping Belgium in the lead as we head to the halftime break in this interestingly poised match, the 3rd quarterfinal of the World Rugby Sevens Challengers Series of 2023. The winner of this will be the first participant in semi-final number 2 to be joined by either Chile or Papua New Guinea.
So far, so good.
Space.
Second half is almost upon us. Both of these sides coming into this quarterfinal with 2 wins and a loss. Uganda beating Brazil 31-7 and Korea 26-7 before losing to Germany. While Belgium beat Zimbabwe and Papua New Guinea before losing to Hong Kong, China. The kick is up and hugging the touchline. And out into touch eventually. Really quality restarts from Belgium, putting pressure on Uganda.
Captain, you have the option. Janakon first. Line out to scrun. Scrun. Guys, Janakon, scrun, black.
No question
5, please.
in the mind of the 32-year-old Michael Okorash, captain of Uganda, to call for the scrum instead of the line out, a safer ball for the Ugandan side.
Closer, please.
Trailed by the 5 points as a result of that kickoff.
Ground. Bind. Set.
That kickoff fielded by Belgium, and they just ran straight back at Uganda in the first seconds of the match. And that is still from whence their lead is retained, and struggling to get a tidy ball off the back of that scrum. It's Adrian Casito, Ugandan. They play a narrow blindside, looking to blast through the Belgian defenders. Off you off. The skip ball is perfectly placed, and now on the outside, the kick forward from Uganda, looking to exploit their athletic advantage, and it looks like they may just do that. The pickup perfect, trying to get away from the final defender, Denis Etwau, chopped down in his prime. The Belgians refuse to lose. Victor Andre on the cover. Dogged defending from the Belgians sees them with a penalty in their own 22-meter line to start off this second half. But the danger bells, no doubt ringing, attracting the Ugandan defenders. They might just make their way upfield with this first movement. Great stuff from Vincent Hart, giving it onto the outside. I believe it is Lully on the carry. Retaining possession. They look so organized and concise in their attacking play. They know just what they're doing with every movement. They have a player in position to support as they look for the offloads. And Berger, the old head of the Belgian squad at 33 years old, goes to ground and wins the penalty for his side.
Back.
The tap and go is from Vincent Hart. Hart beats the first. Hart is heading for the line. Chased down. Chopped down. Over he goes. He's got Hart. He's in for the try, or it's up to referee Kawa Ricardo.
TMO, check. Try yes or no, please.
Stand by, Kawa.
Give space to him.
Oh, inside, outside, it's a classic. Backing his fitness, round his man, and one of Uganda's top try scorers, desperately trying to affect the tackle.
Kawa have a decision.
Yes.
You may award the try.
Thank you.
There it is. Big try for Belgium. Ugandan efforts undermined
30 seconds after decision.
by that effort from the Europeans.
No,
and the
you.
African champions look forlorn at this point
Now
in
you have
time.
15
They
to
haven't
kick.
been able to get anything going throughout this match. Their talisman, Okafor, not testing defenders as he has all weekend. Vincent Hart scores the try and converts to secure the lead for Belgium.
Gas.
Vincent Hart with the ball in hand. He sends it high to the side of Okafor, but look at
Backwards.
the height on that, allowing Lally to get underneath the ball again. They've caused so many problems to Uganda
Hands on
straight
the
from the
floor.
kickoff. Defined this game in its structure, really. Now the kick over the top, charge down crucially, as once again Belgium playing without a sweeper, and had that ball gone over, no doubt Okafor was going all the way. He is an athlete on another level. Now Uganda starting from deep with a bouncing ball. It's all loose and scrappy, caught over the head, but still with a chance to take it hard to the defense. It's Adrian Casito, sent the other way. Long pass from Mugisha, and Okafor keeps it moving as well. O'Kenny, he's a danger player. O'Kenny with the handoff. He's taken care of two, but they bring him down to ground. Belgium managing this threat of the Ugandan attack. Another penalty, another tap and go, and cutting back into the action is Timothy Mugisha.
Backwards. Play on.
Backwards is the call. Belgium diving onto the ball. And now the tap and go from Okafor. There's real trouble now. Okafor past 2 defenders, in for the try. It's that simple when you let it be. Crucial kick, really. Well, he made it look easy. And he has the capacity to do just that. Okafor, a uniquely talented individual. Let's look at the balance in the running as well. Negotiating the defenders. Godsmark's got to do better there. Missing out on that tackle. Okafor sends it high. A contestable one for Uganda, who now just sit the 1 score away from victory in spite of how disjointed they've looked in this quarterfinal against the concerted effort of the Belgians.
We have the ball.
Reading the riot act in a language I cannot understand.
It's another
Is
field.
the captain Lali.
Can you play? Yeah, please. Please. Play the ball. Scrum, Cal.
Managing this clock, Belgium. Taking as much time as possible before the call for the scrum, and now Uganda comes strolling back to set the scrum with less than a minute to play in this match, and victory just 7 points away from the side in black today, the champions of Africa.
Bind. Holds.
The feed to the scrum is a quality one and cleared by Julien Berger. On the outside once more, it's Lali. It's a dream ball on the inside to the cutting Leclou. Looking for teammates, and they can slow it down here again. Lali, look at the captain. He knows what he's doing. He knows what his team needs out of this match.
Your decision. Scrum, Cal. White.
The Brazilian referee is not having it. He saw them last time buying a couple of seconds, agonizing over the decision, and this time Kawa Ricardo calls a stop to time to make sure that Uganda get their fair shake at a contest, which is what the game of rugby is all about. Everything contestable, besides the referee's decision, of course.
Crowns. Bind. Set.
Julien Berger with ball in hand, the number 9 for Belgium, a crucial scrum for the team in white, and hunted by Okafor. Difficult to deal with for Hart, and Belgium behind the gain line. Uganda desperate for a turnover now. They've got to get the ball in their hands, otherwise it's game over once the hooter sounds. Godsmark is screaming for the ball, has not heard the hooter, and now he might find himself in a bit of trouble, hunted by Ugandans. No turnover effort from Uganda. A smile on the face of Vincent Hart as he powers the ball into touch, setting off extreme celebrations from the Belgian side. A tremendous victory against the odds, clearly as they feel, to knock over this much vaunted Ugandan effort. And the holy grail of the HSBC 7 Series eludes the Ugandans for yet another year.
Yes. Hold on, Kawa. Yes, please. Got you, Joe.
It's time to put a ribbon on this day's action at the 2023 World Rugby Sevens Challenger Series with the final quarterfinal of the men's division. The other quarterfinal currently underway on Field B, and it's a tasty affair, let me tell you. Hong Kong, China's men coming up against Tonga, the champions, two of the most fancied sides for this cup. But the upset came from Chile when they beat Tonga yesterday, putting themselves in top spot, unbeaten, and now Chile chase down the semi-finals.
Backwards.
Papua New Guinea, a turn up for the books to be here in the quarterfinals. What a tremendous effort from this nation of many islands. And now the tap and go comes from their intrepid number 10, Emmanuel Alfred.
Maul.
A maul call. Chile have this one under control, and they'll get the put into the scrum. Flexing their muscle, Chile, you can see the greater stature of their players. And Papua New Guinea will be punching upwards all match long. Hopefully not literally. They've been tremendous, have Papua New Guinea, all the way through.
Crouch. Point. Sit.
One of the two lucky third-place teams to make it into the quarterfinals, Papua New Guinea. They're looking to have an upset here, juggling and then pounded into the dirt as Lucas Trabucci. And now trying for the gap on the outside, shaping up his defender, Manuel Bustamante. Bustamante! Bust them wide open. Try in the corner.
Just be awake after scrums what happens, okay? Thank you.
Beautiful try from Bustamante. One of the pair of the Chilean players, in my humble opinion, in possession of the finest surnames on the circuits, Trabucci and Bustamante.
15. 1-5.
Referee Griffin Colby, another of the South African representatives, with the whistle in hand for this fourth quarter final. Oh, yeah! Bending that one home, and number 10 from Chile, Diego Warnkin, the captain of his nation. Oh, shaping up the defender. Just a touch of indecision introduced into the mind of Richard Mautu. Missed his man. Try in the corner for the big number 5. How about that for a take out of the air? Tremendous bravery from Alfred. And Griffin Colby blows the penalty against Papua New Guinea. The tap and go from Chile. They want to catch Papua New Guinea on the back foot. Now moving it through the hands of Gum. It's Bustamante! Bustamante! Monumental! Got a feel for the Papua New Guinea bench. They've been shell-shocked themselves, clapping their teammates on. Always an uphill battle for the nation the size that they are, and for them to be here in the quarterfinals, what an opportunity.
Yeah.
But Chile are making a light work of them right now and showing that that win over Tonga was no fluke, beating Italy in their final pool match as well. Unbeaten heading into this quarterfinal. They're looking set to book a place in the semi. Unsuccessful attempt this time at the conversion, and Papua New Guinea need to find a pathway into this match. Bustamante. Oh, this guy's trouble. Up it goes. Chile chasing after this like their lives depend on it. A touch off the fingertips of one of their players and a scrum advantage to Papua New Guinea, which they won't need as Voku moves it onwards, and Patala, their captain, involved as well. Chopping in from the outside, Richard Mautu, and a penalty to Papua New Guinea. The kick over the top, slightly obstructed there. Thought he could run through unencumbered. The bounce would have done him in anyway. And now Chile, we're looking for the double around the outside. Nothing on offer there. Grieber testing the pace of Kadu Maish, which was very much ready to go. Now powering through the tackle there, you can see the power of Chimino. It's the difference between this Chilean and the Papua New Guinea side. And the more Chile use their power advantage, the more trouble Papua New Guinea will find themselves in. Every single tackle being broken, and then the second one perhaps being made. Papua New Guinea calling for the knock-on. No such luck coming from Griffin Colby. And we're going back for the penalty for offsides. It's a pulverizing brand of rugby from Chile. Warnken. Touch found from Warnken. And the Chilean dominance looks set to continue. Clinical stuff from Chile. Running onto their ball, their big number 2, Strabucci, and now Warnken, their captain, brought down just about in the tackle by Latte. Gum keeps it moving. Now they've got some big boys in the Chilean side and finding a gap through the middle, Videla. Diego Griba waiting for it, but the pick and go is from Cristobal Gum. Cristobal Gum, look at them confronting these Papua New Guinea defenders and attracting them into that breakdown. 3 or 4 of them involved, and an offsides advantage to be played against Papua New Guinea. Strabucci changing the direction of the attack. The switch play may just catch the Papua New Guinea players on their heels. Power running! Over the line it goes, Ernesto Chimino. Got to say, it's getting tough to celebrate these tries as I'm standing right behind the Papua New Guinea bench.
Thank you.
And they're taking this personally. It's a heavy weight clearly coming onto this Papua New Guinea side, but they have nothing to be ashamed of. They represented themselves brilliantly well this weekend. So they're coming up against the Chile side, which is ascendant. Warnken. Flags are raised, and Chile are having a whale of time in this quarterfinal, the 4th quarterfinal in the men's division. So Strabucci just holding up those defenders, but look at the power, just waiting for the hits and powering his way through them. Chimino disregarding defenders. Chile on fire. Another brilliantly measured kick, and there's some big boys chasing it down on the outside. It takes a brave soul to take it with your feet planted on the ground, waiting for that hit to come. Derek Voku, the man putting up his hand this time. Kura moves it onwards, and the tackle made by Strabucci on the outside. Brilliant hands to keep it alive. There's Videla. Spreading it right to left, Papua New Guinea, hoping that gap will appear, and Maish carries it in, and some complaints from the Papua New Guinea coaching staff. The referee, Griffin Colby, having none of it. Voku takes it to ground. Great offload that, creating an opportunity on the outside for Alfred. Alfred has been hunted down by Diego Griba, and the offload is class. Thomas Salas, pardon me, it's Kura. Kura on the run. Yes, it is. Papua New Guinea punch back before the halftime break. Mustafa Kura representing for Papua New Guinea, and there's hope yet in this team.
Thank you.
A bunch of youngsters out there for Papua New Guinea. Oldest player, 27 years old. They've got about half their squad under the age of 22. So the future is bright for the nation of islands from the Pacific Islands. Their star player, Kura, try scorer. Attempts the conversion, it's well wide. A tough one, no doubt, for Mustafa Kura. And that brings about the halftime break here in the final quarterfinal. In the men's division, the women's semifinals already decided. Knockout rugby is coming your way tomorrow, by the way, if you hadn't heard. Join us all day long when we'll be bringing you consequential rugby, if I can get the words out of my mouth this late in the day. Consequential rugby all day long, heading into the final reckoning to see which women's side will gain direct entry into the HSBC World 7 Series and which men's side will have the opportunity to play against 3 other current tour sides in a 4-team tournament in London at the final 7 Series stop.
No, I think everything looks good. Just keep walking around this place as well the whole time, like you have done.
Papua New Guinea players have some questions for referee Griffin Colby, some complaints about the first half, but Mustafa Kura with ball in hand is ready to get the second half underway. Papua New Guinea giving themselves a sniff here in the second 7 minutes as they seek a place in the semi-final. What a turn-up for the books it would be. Chile looking good for it, but Papua New Guinea putting up a fight. Kura, the try scorer for Papua New Guinea, sends it high. Confidently taken in. Ha! Look at that. Fearless in the contact, Cristobal Gum, knowing that they are the bigger, stronger side, Chile, but Papua New Guinea getting right in their faces, up their noses. They have tremendous pride, this Papua New Guinea side. It's a pleasure to watch them play.
Crouch. Bye. Sit.
Feed to the scrum from Patala, and the penalty comes to Papua New Guinea. He taps on the spot and sends it off to Kura. And now initiating the switch play is Latte. They've lost control, and that's going to be a soul-crushing error for Papua New Guinea. Bouncing his way through the tackles, Martin Dumai. Now he sends it wide. All the defenders occupied and centralized. Now there's space on the outside for Cristobal Gam. Brought down in a great tackle by the captain Patala. Warnken. Videla.
Okay, thank you. Vantage.
Offside from the entire backline of Uganda, so that knock-on will be followed by a penalty. Not interested in any call that goes against them on the Papua New Guinea bench. They're enjoying the roller coaster here of the World Rugby Sevens Challenger Series. And this series was made precisely for teams like Papua New Guinea to provide a pathway into the Sevens Circuit proper, to make a place to grow the game internationally, to allow sides like this to play against other quality sides on the come-up in seven-a-side rugby, much like Papua New Guinea, Chile, and many others, and give them a chance every year to gain entry into that prestigious tour.
Sit!
The final game of the day on Field A is well underway, and breaking away is Videla. Videla! He's got them all wrapped up, and he sends it off to Toma Salas. Catch shot for Papua New Guinea. That's got to be tickets for the Pacific Island nation. Thousands of islands and allegedly 800 languages. Surely dialects. At Papua New Guinea, heads bowed now. They surely know what their fate will be. Not the last match they'll play this weekend, of course, because the spots outside of the semi-finals are to be played for as well. So they'll be going into the shuffle tomorrow as Chile continue in the reckoning for the big prize. Finishing in 7th position last weekend, Chile. They're going to the final, to the semi-final, pardon me, so the worst they could do is finish 4th. It's been a tremendous turnaround in form. That one's not going 10 meters. Or is it? Play on is the call. Papua New Guinea playing the game, paying the price, and the tackle has to be made. Oh, it's a very aggressive tackle. Now the tap and go from Warnken. The try is on. The try is surely scored. Not 10 is the call. Yellow card. Insult to injury. Papua New Guinea being penalized. And now slowly making his way from the field, Mustafa Kura. And surely the Chileans cannot be stopped from going over the line now. They've given it on the outside to Salas. And one more pass finds Avelli. It's simple stuff for Chile. It's simply business. When I watched Chile beat Tonga yesterday, I thought, what have I just seen? One of the biggest upsets that you'll see the entire weekend, perhaps over the course of the 2 weekends, seeing that Chile had finished in 7th position in the last competition. Watching them play today, they're not going to go away easily. The attempted conversion goes wide. So, by the way, should Chile follow through and secure this victory, they will be playing in the semi-final against Belgium, who overcame Uganda in the last match on this field. Tremendous scenes at the end of that match. Belgium over the moon with that victory over the much-vaunted Ugandan side. The Storks shot out of the sky. Backwards is the call, the dummy and go. It's the most classic move you'll ever see. Raise the knees, charging downfield. Papua New Guinea get their respect they deserve. Kunak Latte. Pops it over as well to make it a 7-pointer. Simple as you like. Dummy, go all the way home. Papua New Guinea popping another one in the sky from the center of the field. 29 points to 12. Oh, here they capitalized on possession, and all of a sudden they're on the front foot, sending it wide. There's a chance on the outside. He's going to ask the question. Get in there! Get in there! What a try from Papua New Guinea. Richard Mautu. They are not done. Unhappy with that effort at the post, the Papua New Guinea number 12, Kunak Latte,
Thank you, bring him on.
who gave the Chile team a bit of a wake-up, did Latte. That try on the outside. This is the kind of rugby they can play. Demonstrates why they were so frustrated in the first half. Great elevation on that kick. The chase is ferocious from Voku. Piling through now. Papua New Guinea with a new breath of energy in their lungs. Chile looking to silence this resurgence as Voku is dealt with. Shed in defense. And Chile looking to get the front foot again. Videla on the switch play to one of their big boys. Handing off and moving forward. Cristobal Gum. This game has been set alight by this response from Papua New Guinea, who were a man down when they scored those 2 tries. Bear that in mind. Armstrong's coming right at them. He's strong like a tree, and he's almost to the try line. The presentation is perfect. Papua New Guinea come piling through, and Grieber is dominated. Oh, there's a yellow card coming here from Griffin Colby.
Offside, there's a breakdown.
Oh, that's going to be a second yellow.
That's a red now.
Bing, bang,
Wait,
bong,
no,
red
dude.
card for the star player for Papua New Guinea, Mustafa
You
Kura,
can follow the line as
back
well.
onto the
I'll
field,
give you a card as well.
back into the sin bin, this time permanently. Crucial tackle, great technique as well, getting the leg involved. Oh, you gotta love the pluckiness of this Papua New Guinea side. Well, discretion is the better part of valor. That is what is decided by Chile, who pile the ball into touch, courtesy of Lucas Trabucci, one of the most impressive players in their outfits. And they were really shining up until those final few minutes from Papua New Guinea, which really put the cat amongst the pigeons and had them wondering where to look next. Chile saw the resurgence of Papua New Guinea and silenced it, almost getting another try of their own. They make their way into the semi-final. That was the final game of action on this, the A field. In today's second day's action from the World Rugby Sevens Challenger Series of 2023. Our semi-finalists are sorted in the men's and women's division, so don't miss out a second of the action tomorrow. And just to remind you, Chile with that victory, securing a semi-final meeting with Belgium, who got one over Uganda, who will be disappointed again in this weekend's action. In the women's division, South Africa victorious in their final match, the quarterfinal number 4. They'll be taking on Czechia in their semi-final, and China, the highly impressive women's side of China, will be taking on Belgium in the other semi-final, which may well be the match of the tournament. Those two sides are super powerhouses in the women's division. But right now, the final quarterfinal in the men's division is completed. Papua New Guinea put to the sword, and Chile on the rise. They'll take on their semi-final tomorrow. It's action from morning to night. Do not miss a moment of it. Join us tomorrow morning.